What is going on, YouTube? It is your boy, Faithful to God. And we are going to be going through another refutation, y'all. Yes, another one. We are going to be refuting Tazarah and Dante Fortson yes again. And as always, I am joined with my co-host, my man, my pal, one of the best independent researchers out. Don't let him listen. Don't let him know that I told y'all that, but one of the best independent researchers out. My man 93. Say what's up to the audience, 93.
Wait a minute. I made it up to co-host now? When I'm getting paid for this, Faithful? I got bills. Hey, everybody. Good afternoon. It's your boy 93, independent researcher, just like you. Sitting here with Faithful, reluctantly to give what I would like to say is the last actual free response to Tazarah. And for me, my last time addressing or dealing with Dante Fortson until I can get a formal conversation on a live or a debate on the information presented, specifically the Sephardic Jews and them being our ancestors or the ancestors of African Americans. Other than that, this conversation has really been brought to a bookend. I mean, the last video we did, we responded to not even a video, a Facebook post of a attempt at debunking our information or the points we made. And after we did that, the brother Tazarah did a video in which he pretty much ignored about 98% of the stuff we were saying, glossed over maybe one or two things we said, and then just completely he tried to flood, but it was like a little, mini flood, like a leak of information of just more sources and more sources. So basically, oh, you debunked me here, take that, take this now. And I'm not about to forget a rabbit hole. I'm not about to chase him down the sewer. Basically, if I don't get my points addressed, I'm not gonna waste my time. This would be like the last little thing we do, or last thing I'll be involved in until I can actually get a discussion, Faithful, you there? Okay,
I was
cool.
trying to unmute. I don't know what happened. Yeah, man. I want to say this right now and be on record about this. Tazarah did not address all of our points. Matter of fact, did he even address? He didn't address. Probably not even like man, I can't even he addressed a handful of our points and then went elsewhere and tried to throw more spaghetti at the wall. So we're not going to be addressing all of his claims. However, we're going to be addressing some of his more salient claims. And what we're going to do is when this live stream is done, we are going to offer an invitation both to Tazarah and Dante Fortson to have a debate. We can have it on Berean TV. We can have it on a different platform, neutral platform. Definitely not a Hebrew Israelite platform, but certainly a neutral platform.
Definitely not a Christian apologist platform. It could be a neutral platform. I don't know if you call Berean a Christian apologist, but he definitely hosts various different people that come to his platform. So I would love to go on his platform and do a debate, a 2-on-2 debate. It's better than a 1-on-1, a 2-on-2. I mean, we're the parties involved. Why not, fellas? Let's get it over with.
All right. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right into it because I think people have been waiting long enough. So 93, can you give people the presentation? Let's get right into it, jump right in and start the refutation now. All right. And let me know when you need me to play anything. I got the video on my end. So if there's anything that you need me to play, I can play it so everyone can hear. All right.
All right.
All right, here we go.
One more time. One more time. This is it. I'm not a clout chaser, not a stalker. I'm not looking for attention. It's just a scholarly discussion, right? So to deal with this stuff one more time, we see Tazarah here. So here's a screenshot from the comment section of Bareen's video, forgetting the title. But it's Bareen's video where we all were in the comment section dealing with this information, right? So here's Tazarah here. He's adding me. He says, Owens' book is not the only source that I have, bruh. I suggest you go to the Biblical Rumble Room on Facebook and check my most recent post. The video you did with Faithful has already been dealt with thoroughly. So as you can see, he's claiming to have refuted or have refutations for the video that we put out, right? This is proof that he said that. Also to note, he said, Owens' book is not the only source that I have, bruh. This suggests that he's got a bunch of sources that he perhaps want to just throw at us and say, well, if you debunk this, debunk that. Here, take this, that. He states in his response to our initial video that had been posted, that he posted in the Biblical Rumble Room, it was dealt with thoroughly. Why didn't he use those responses in his actual video that he did? Why didn't he address the response and refutation we did to those points? His new video did nothing to refute our sources, and he now moves the goalposts in order to toss out more claims for us to address without answering the points we actually made. So, in this presentation, we will deal with a couple of his new claims while driving our previous points home. And that's what I plan to do. So again, a lot of this stuff is taken from the comment section of Bareen's video. That 93 Avarice guy, well, man, you had one job, brother. You see my name, is a deceiver. Dante shared sources saying Jews who have never left the Jordan Valley of Israel are black as Ethiopians. In Faithful's video, 93 uses the same source and claims it says Jews are only black because of climate. But the source says those Jews have always been in that location climate. Faithful knows how to pick them. So down here we have Owens' source, and he's claiming that I'm asserting what the author says. I'm asserting it. And, I might have to give them a little something because I didn't tie these two sources, Owens and Bedeau, in the way I needed to the first time. It was so much I had to say. As y'all can see, the first video I did was like, we was like, what, 3 hours, 3.5, nearly 4, to the point where Dante said, oh, this snore fest, I'm not going to watch all this. He said that in the comment section. But anyway, we do see that the author said that he's seen, he claimed he got reports from trusty travelers of dark Jews or black Jews, dark as Ethiopians, which, doesn't mean that they're of African descent or the ancestors of our people. They're just as dark as some people you'll see in Africa, right? But this is what he's led to say, the difference between why some white Jews in Europe are their color and why dark people are what dark Jews are in the Levant region. He said, we are thus led to account for the differences in color by the influence of climate. And I wanted to drive the point home that Dante is using an author that believed that. If you understand the implications of what Owens is saying, he's not even really technically making your case. He's not disagreeing that the ones in Europe are converts or they're not authentic Jews. He's saying they're Jews, but perhaps they turned white because of climate. Do you believe that the same way they think it's ridiculous for a white person to go and become a Negro in the climate? Do you think that a Negro could go to Europe and all of a sudden turn into the white Jews there? So in a way, I'm saying, dang, Dante, you're not even reading what the author is saying. He's suggesting that a person could basically, because of the climate, turn the way that they are. But that's not my major point anyway. So if they were saying that this was irrelevant, it's irrelevant. We only want to deal with the fact that he found the report of black Jews. Fine. My main point is Bedeau. Bedeau is the main point because, like me, Bedeau is somebody that's fact checking. Now, you can accuse him of scientific racism all you want. It's the 19th century. Almost everybody we're going to cite is going to have a negative view or something weird to say about black people. They're a product of their times. I'm not endorsing his opinions. Of course not. He's talking about my people. But I'm just being a researcher and being dispassionate. And just like you tried to use the part you used with Owens, I'm only dealing with Bedeau's parts that is pertinent to this conversation. So like me, You know, I'm someone, we're 162 years after Owens right here. Somebody like Bedeau is doing what we're doing 2 years after Owens, and he did it in a peer-reviewed journal. That's the source that he looked into. So the why I put emphasis on Owens's opinion on the climate is Dante didn't acknowledge that the author concluded skin color based on climate, but Dante think it's irrelevant. So okay. 2, I wanted to set up a counter to Owens with my follow-up source Bedeau, because I didn't really do it the first stream. I failed the first stream to tie that in right. So that's on me. Bedeau not only disagrees with climatic arguments, but found fair Jews just as old still living in Israel. Thus, the notion of only ancient black Jews existing in Israel is mute. I show both dark and fair Jews in Dura Europos. That's in Syria, similar climate. So why we don't need to really do the climatic argument, okay? Because Dura Europos is in Syria. That's a warm place, and we've seen both dark and light Jews existing there with no problem, right? If Tazarah believes Owens' quote proves only black Jews are the originals who never left, he now has to contend with an equally old population of non-black Jews still in Israel at that point. In Tiberias, Jews in that region, or in Israel or the Levant, for any matter, were a variety of colors. Okay, so I'm using Bedeau because he's making some of the arguments I would make. Okay, we don't have to deal with climate. Okay, I'm not necessarily believing in climate like Bedeau. Okay, I'm looking in books and I'm talking to travelers and they can't confirm these Jews. That's what Bedeau doing. That's the crux of this argument. So Bedeau, he speculated that Owens' source may be confused with a tribe that Buckingham describes in Hieromax Jordan. So there's another tribe in Jordan that get dark people. And he's saying, well, maybe they confused this account of dark Jews there with these dark people there. But this tribe has some characteristics of the Jews mentioned, but were not Jews, or they weren't as dark as Owens' source stated, right? He trying to say I deceived the audience by quoting Richard Owens' opinion. I'm not trying to deceive. I was just saying, hey, look, your author is saying this weird stuff. But I guess that's irrelevant, so let's move on. Now, I went in the comic section and I explicitly told them, no, I don't believe climate turned them black. I do believe a person could get a little tan or dark, but it's not going to give them the phenotype of black Africans, thick lips, thick nose, kinky hair, you know, dark eyes. I don't think that. But we've seen the people in the region, and they're obviously not white. They're brown skinned. So I never said that was my opinion. Second, instead of assigning me a motive to be deceptive, why don't you come on a live and have a discussion? His response was kind of like, I came on there and y'all kicked me off. I didn't kick him off. I don't know who kicked him off. I didn't do it. I don't have control of this channel. But I'm willing to have a conversation, right? So this is a comment section. There's people that's asking him questions. They said, hey, why you didn't, talk about the climate? Dante Fortson said, doesn't matter. I read the source as is. I never made any claims about the source other than what it said. I mean, well, it said that it's because of climate. That's the whole reason I made the big deal about it. So you just went straight to the part about the dark Jews, which, all right. all right. Because my point is about Bedeau. Was it presented that way, or was it deception involved? Oh, that's the issue. He thinks it's deception, right? And then here's the sister here. I was clarifying 93 didn't make that claim. So somebody else that watched the video said they seen I didn't make the claim. The author made the claim. It's Tazarah. Does the author's opinion that the climate was the reason for the black skin hold any weight? And can it be proven? Well, if that's a valid point, Tazarah, does the author Bedeau's opinion about Welsh people having negroid skull or whatever that you said, does that have any weight towards his inability to have people tell him that they couldn't find these Jews? People are telling him this. So does his opinion on something else mean that that his racism or however he feels about skull types or whatever that you're trying to raise, is that the reason why people can't tell him they can't find these Jews? That's ridiculous. When asked by a commenter about the source, Dante and Tazarah responded that the author's opinions are irrelevant. Okay. All right. Tazarah now has to deal with Bedeau vetting Owens and the ancient fair Jews in Tiberias. His next move will be a genetic fallacy to attempt to invalidate Bedeau. So here, can Can you get those clips right here? Because I'm gonna show Dante right here. Dante told somebody
Gotcha.
multiple other sources confirm it. So at most there would be a notation made that just specific claims were so Dante tried to act a little fair. So he gonna put a note there if it's on his site. If he don't feel like he want to take it down, he say he gonna put a note there. I respect that. Okay. After we check it for ourselves. Faithful to God has zero priority because he's on a clout chase. I wonder why 93 didn't make it clear during the video that he doesn't believe they are black because of climate, but will jump in the comments and say it. Someone is lying. So we'll see if I'm lying. And he asked why I didn't make it clear during the video. Now, I didn't take a lot of time out to make a long speech about what I believe because I didn't know they was going to try to use that against me.
Right.
Me reading the source is going to be me saying it. It's ridiculous. But you may not have caught it, Dante, but the hour 58 minute 20 seconds and the hour 59 minute 7 seconds, I state Owen's opinions aren't my own. I at least allude to it not being my own. Now, perhaps I should have taken more time to make it clear this argument on climate was not my major issue with Owens. I know I did put emphasis, but my major thing is Badeau, right?
Right.
So if you feel that point was irrelevant, we'll just deal with Badeau. So can you play the clips from 1 hour 58:20?
Peninsula, right.
Transjordan.
Right.
Now they saying that these Jews here, this source he used, I'm not saying it's true, but this source is saying, I'm not saying it's true. He account for the differences of color by the influence of climate. This source he used, I'm not saying it's true. This source he used, I'm not saying it's true. This source he used, I'm not saying it's true, but this source is saying, oh, well, we account for the differences of color by the influence of climate. I'm not saying it's true. Now, I didn't make a big speech about it, but I didn't know that them. I'm glad I said even that, though. They would have used that against me, like, as if that's relevant, though, even if I... My bad, you said something? Faithful, you said something?
And their argument
if they chose this. Now, I'm not saying that you're going to get as dark as the Ethiopia. You will get tan. But I'm just saying magically, if, you know, these people, they only answer is climate. Why the difference of that? But play that again. This source he used, I'm not saying it's true, but this source he used, I'm not saying it's true. This source he used, I'm not saying it's true, but this source is saying, oh, well, we account for the differences of color by the influence of climate. Shows this. Now, I'm not saying.
And their argument,
if they chose this. Now, I'm not saying that you're gonna get as dark as the Ethiopia. You will get tan, but I'm just saying magically, if you know these people, they only answer is climate. Wow, you can stop it. So you see, I'm saying magically, if you could turn that, I mean, but their only answer is climate. I'm not saying it's true, but this source he used, I'm not saying it's true. This source he used, I'm not saying it's true, but this source is saying, oh, well, we account for the differences of color by the influence of climate. All right, you can stop. You can stop. So it's clear that I made points. They're small, quick points. If Dante, because, you know, I know he's not watching all of it, which is, you know, but you'll miss that because they're very short, you know. I guess he wanted a big speech about it, but I at least, you know, stated it there in the video and in the comments. So here's the genetic fallacy. Misty, he's talking to the young lady. The author of 93 source believed in the Hamitic hypothesis. On page 11, he says there is nothing contradictory in the supposition that Ham's mother was a descendant of Cain, that Canaan was derived from Cain, and that the mark set on Cain and his descendants was Negro blackness. Well, now we know why he claims that the black Jews that Dante's source mentioned can't be confirmed. So him believing that we're black because of the curse of Canaan. This is not even a Hamitic hypothesis, because a lot of those fellas don't know what it is, right? He's talking about the curse of Canaan. Because he adheres to that, then that means, I guess, in Tazarah's mind, that's why people can't give him the information. He's trying to say that he don't want to look for it. But if you read Badeau, if you read Owens, they're getting it from other people. It's not necessarily them coming up with it on their own. They're talking because people can't give them the information, right? On a misguided attempt to disqualify Badeau, Tazarah commits the genetic fallacy. There we go. He even gets the Hamitic hypothesis wrong in the process by confusing it with the curse of Ham argument, which says that because of Canaan, black people are cursed with black skin, right, and condemned to servitude. The Hamitic hypothesis states that Negroes are not Hamites. It states that Hamites were dark-skinned Caucasians. So here you go out here doing the genetic fallacy. You out here referencing authors who believed in the Hamitic hypothesis, cuz. Now, he called me cuz. This is the first time you see this. He called me cuz. I guess at some point I called him cuz back. We're going to see his reaction later on. Right? And I responded. I said, kind of like Dante using the source of a man that called black people monkeys, the petticoys, right? Let me quote Dante. It's time we point out that Cherry Love is, talking about H.H. Johnson, the source. So I guess Dante used the source H.H. Johnson, which likened black people to petticoids, which is like monkey-like creatures. And, I'm just pointing out he did that, but that doesn't necessarily take away from any valid claims H.H. Johnson can make, right? So he said, because I use H.H. Johnson as a source, that somehow I automatically agree with all his personal beliefs. If that's the case, we have to say that Faithful to God embraces 100% of Hitler's belief and ideology. So Dante is intelligent enough to understand the flaw in this kind of argument. But his guy is making that kind of argument, right? And I said, that's from his community tab.
Double-minded man is unstable in all his ways.
Yeah, but this ain't on Dante. This on his boy. Me showing Bedeau being unable to verify Owens' claims doesn't mean I agree with everything he says scholastically. So here he go about H.H. Johnson. Harry Johnston's racism didn't affect the accuracy of his findings, nor did he accept the Hamitic hypothesis. Excuse me? The accuracy of his findings wasn't affected by his racism. So how can you prove that Bedeau, who is getting his information from other people who can't find these Jews for him, how's that affecting his accuracy? So you tried to counter Dante by directly citing a man who believes black people are the descendants of Cain and Canaan and cursed with black skin. Then you wonder why he says he can't confirm the existence of black Jews. But the people can't confirm it for them. I don't understand Tazarah's wanting to hold on to the source. If you got so many sources, then you can afford to lose a couple, because it ain't all gonna be true, brother. Tazarah shows his hypocrisy by trying to disqualify Bedeau because of his outdated racist ideas and affirms H.H. Johnson, who likened blacks to monkeys. He thinks Bedeau's bias is the reason that he could not get confirmation through his sources. He will later show Bedeau acknowledging the existence of black coaching Jews, because he's going to acknowledge the existence of coaching Jews. Whether he agree with them being Jews or not, he's gonna be able to locate them in his information, right? But basically, you can be a racist as long as your views are on the Jews align with his own, as far as Tazarah is concerned. Well, his racism didn't affect the accuracy of his finding. Being selective. Look at these fellas. It's ridiculous. Okay. He telling the sister, you're more worried about Dante corroborating the source than the fact that Faithful 93 cited a man that believes black people are cursed with black skin to counter one of Dante's sources. Bro, you tried to counter the existence of black Jews by citing a man who literally writes that black people are descendants of Cain and Canaan and cursed with black skin. You a whole clown, bro. So I got to go to the store and get me some clown makeup. You don't see anything wrong with the fact that Faithful in 93 used the work of a man who believed black people are cursed with black skin to try countering one of Dante's. So that's, it's genetic fallacy at play. It's a genetic fallacy. Fallacy of relevance, genetic fallacy. These arguments fail because they reject the claims based solely on where it comes from, not on its merits. Not his merits as a researcher, not him getting other people to do it, but because he wrote a book. By the way, the book that he actually gonna try to use against Bedeau was written a whole year after he wrote in the journal and couldn't find the Jews in Jordan. So judging a claim only by its source is a recipe for error. Think of it this way. A good argument presented by a moron is still a good argument. A bad argument presented by a genius is still a bad argument. So let's modify these two statements. A good argument presented by a racist is still a good argument. This is about information. When you're doing research, even when you're doing science, you want to be dispassionate. You eat the fish and spit out the bones. We're not ever endorsing racism. We will not ever endorse that. But we're going to take the truth where it comes, because you all like to go back to the 1800s, the 1700s, the 1600s. Well, all throughout that time period, they have negative things to say about Black people. So the people that's going to give you your information that you're going to be able to use, of course, a lot of them are going to be saying negative things about Black people because they are the product of their time. Right? Savvy. Bad argument presented by a genius or a good person or a Christian or a Hebrew is still a bad argument. It's me modifying that. So he did the genetic fallacy there. Right. So I'm about to show how they don't know what the Hamitic hypothesis actually is, or they're confusing it. So this is the Hamitic hypothesis, its origin and functions in the time perspective by Edith Sanders. So it's going to tell you what it is. The Hamitic hypothesis is well known to students of Africa. It states that everything of value ever found in Africa was brought there by the Hamites, allegedly a branch of the Caucasian race. Seligman formulates it as followed. Apart from relatively late Semitic influence, the civilizations of Africa are the civilizations of the Hamites. Its history, the record of these people and their interaction with the two other African stocks, the Negro, right, and the Bushmen. So they're saying the Negroes are not the Hamites. The Bushmen, the Khoisan people, or the hunter-gatherers are not Hamites. Whether this influence was exerted by highly civilized Egyptians or by such wide pastoralists as are represented at the present day by the Beja and Somali, the incoming Hamites were pastoral Europeans, arriving wave after wave, better armed as well as quicker witted than the dark agricultural Negroes. Faithful, mute. Can you mute me for a second? Mute me for a second.
All right. And I want to shout out everybody who is watching this right now. Shout out to Bareen TV. Shout out to the brother Alton. Shout out to Jonathan. Everybody in the live chat. I appreciate y'all for coming on through. And of course, you know how we do. All right.
You can hear me again?
Yep, you good.
I know, man. Sleeping under that fan, man, get you like summer cold. On closer examination of the history of the idea, there emerges a previous elaborate Hamitic theory in which the Hamites are believed to be Negroes. It becomes clear then that the Hamitic hypothesis is symptomatic of the nature of race relations. That it has changed its content, if not its nomenclature throughout time, right? So we're going to go to over here, down here. The Babylonian Talmud, a collection of oral traditions of the Jews, appeared in the 6th century. It states that the descendants of Ham are cursed by being Black and depicts Ham as a sinful man and his progeny as degenerates. Thus, early tradition, it identifies the Hamites with Negroes and endowed them with both certain physical attributes and an undeniable character. This notion persisted in the Middle Ages when fanciful rabbinical expansions of the Genesis story was still being made, right? So there's a quote there: I cannot beget the 4th son whose children I would have ordered to serve you and your brothers. Therefore it must be Canaan, your firstborn, whom they enslaved. And since you have disabled me, doing ugly things in the blackness of night, Canaan's children shall be born ugly and black. Moreover, because you twisted your head around to see my nakedness, your grandchildren's hair shall be twisted into kinks, their eyes red, and because your lips jested at my misfortune, there shall swell. And because you neglected my nakedness, they shall go naked, and their male members shall be shamefully elongated. Men of this race are called Negroes. Their forefather Canaan commanded them to love, theft, and fornication. So what he is actually accusing Bedeau of is adhering to the curse of Canaan, whereas the Hamitic hypothesis posits that the influential North Africans, Egyptians, the Berbers, Somalis, Ethiopians, Cushites, all that, were dark-colored Caucasians. On Dante's site, Dante, includes an article that inadvertently demonstrated the Hamitic hypothesis. Keep going. And this is the sources, Black History in the Bible. That's Dante Fortson's website. He posted this. They had an argument, a discussion, debate last year with the sister Nefertiti about this, and they caused a big stir. They pulled a Hebrew Karen. I guess they start calling Zondervan and, saying people accusing them of racism and stuff like that. So this is from Dante's site. Entry is from August 8, 2018. Zondervan Bible Dictionary. I'm going to give you some quotes that Dante said in here. Or if it's not Dante, he authorized somebody to put it up there. If it's not him, right? Here's his quotes. This is perhaps one of the best known references found within a major publication. The choice of words indicate that Negroes are from the line of Shem. So he's saying the choice of words, automatically seeing this, they automatically have to be from Shem, because he says that we know that Japhet is the origin of Europeans and Ham is the origin of Africans, which only leaves Shem as the origin of the Negroes. I thought Negroes were Africans. However, it is important to note that Zondervan does not provide any explanation for the statement as to why they don't believe Negroes came from Ham. So just like you can use deductive reasoning to automatically think Negroes come from Shem, I can use that to figure out why, because it comes from a frame of thought. Because Zondervan, they published Bibles in the early 1930s, at least by the 30s, 40s, right? And though it was towards the end of a lot of scientific racism, a lot of that still lingered, and we're going to show that, right? So we see Dante saying that Negroes are from Shem, because right here it's going to say Ham, this definition of Ham. He became, I don't know, y'all might not be able to see it. I'm going to read it, and y'all can go to his site and get it. He became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, but the Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans. So that's the same thing as the Hamitic hypothesis. The North Africans and all the influential people groups in Africa that have quote unquote civilization are dark Europeans, not the Negroes, not us, not the people of the interior, the Central, South, West African, right? But we see in the same text, because he's using Zondervan Bible Dictionary, right? He went to the Ham entry to make this point. So I'm like, okay, if the Negroes aren't Hamites and the white people are Japhet and Negroes are Shem, I should be able to go to the Shem entry and they should tell me that the Negroes are of Shem. If he was able to, deduce this from the choice of words. Let's see. This is the entry right here for Shem. Second son of Noah, progenitor of the Semitic race, lived 600 years, outliving his descendants for 9 generations, except for Eber and Abraham. In the racial prophecy Noah made in the episode of his drunkenness, he mentioned the Lord, the God of Shem, that these 3 monotheistic religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, all had Semitic origins, right? Ain't nowhere in here is he going to say that Shem is the Negro. So him even deducing that and not going to the entry to fact check, I think it's ridiculous. Now he's going to say, of course they wouldn't say Shem is the Negro. Okay, well, why would they go out of their way not to say that Ham is not the Negro? I know why. I don't want you to go all Hebrew Karen on me and call Zondervan, but even if you do, I'd be able to show them the next thing I'm about to be able to show them. And if they tried to say, "Oh, we didn't do that," these people, I wish they would, because I pull a Karen on them, and probably their books would be probably pulled off the shelves for the stuff that they have in here. But it's not that serious to me. I just want to show. This is the Zondervan New International Version Study Bible. See the year, 2005. I remember this year very well. I was balling and shot calling. This was published as recent as 2005. Zondervan continues to put out dictionaries saying Hamites are Caucasians. This is Zondervan's. I really want to get the spelling right. Sorry, y'all. I'm a stickler for this red line. I hate it. Zondervan's Study Bible asserts that most of the Hamites are Caucasians. It seems that Zondervan's Study Bible, is employing the Hamitic hypothesis that existed from the 19th century that posits that Hamites were dark Caucasians. This is on page 19.
And for the record, we don't believe that Hamites are dark Caucasians. That's what the entry seems to be implying, and that is what the Hamitic hypothesis actually posits.
I don't think I'm a dark Caucasian. I don't fix my credit when I go try to get a car. Well, I'm white. I'm just ham. You know how it be. But this is entry 925, right? Noah's curse cannot be used, and they tried to clean it up here, right? It seems that Noah's curse cannot be used to justify.
Are you breaking up?
Hello?
Yeah, you breaking up.
You reading?
Everyone type 1 in the chat if you hear 93 breaking up. I just want to make sure it's not me or if it's him. Is he breaking up or am I breaking up? I just want to make sure. Very quickly, y'all. Type 1 if he's breaking up. Type 2 if you hear him loud and clear.
Hello.
Yep, people are typing 1. They said that you were breaking up. All right, so you seem to be a little better now. Let's try this one more time.
You read it. You read it.
Okay, what do you want me to read? You want me to read the whole thing? All right. So basically, it says, it seems that Zondervan's study Bible is employing the Hamitic hypothesis, which existed from the 19th century, that posits that Hamites were dark Caucasians. And of course, this is page 19 in the study Bible. It says, Noah's curse cannot be used to justify the enslavement of blacks, since most of Ham's descendants are known to be, wait, you how you gonna take it off of the screen while I'm reading it? You got to put it back on the screen.
My bad. I'm trying to fix. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you good. I was reading it. Yeah.
Oh no, I was trying to fix my sound. But go ahead.
Yeah. Noah's curse cannot be used to justify the enslavement of blacks, since most of Ham's descendants are known to be Caucasians, as the Canaanites certainly were, as shown by the ancient paintings of the Canaanites discovered in Egypt. This is from Zondervan's study Bible.
2005, man. It's a good year for wrestling, bad year for study Bibles.
And again, we don't agree with Zondervan, but we're showing.
And that's a shame. We got to tell y'all that.
Right.
Because they try to use everything against us. They're showing it, therefore they believe in it. This is the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary, page 160. This is the entry on Ethiopia. And by the way, Faithful, if you do hear me breaking up, go take over and read the page until I can fix my audio. I don't know why that happens.
Now you good to go. Go ahead, man.
So this is the entry on Ethiopia, page 160, Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary. The Ethiopians had skin of different appearances. The Greek name Aethiops, burnt face, shows the color to have been dark. Pictures on monuments show that they were a mixed race, some Negro, some Semitic, some Caucasian. Ethiopia enters the Bible's history most prominently when Taharka, Ethiopian king of a dynasty. So they're talking about Taharka. Is that Taharka? So this Ethiopia, this is Nubia, right? So notice that Zondervan distinguishes Negroes from Semites and Caucasians. According to the entry, they were a mixed race. This contradicts the entry of not the Negroes and Hamites being Caucasians if some of the Ethiopians are, according to them, Negroes. So if the Ethiopians, if some of them are Negroes, some of them are Semitic and some Caucasians, how does that make sense with these North African people being dark Caucasians?
There seems to be some inconsistency from Zondervan, and that was something that 93 and I both noted. We both saw the fact that they're saying not the Negroes, and then here they're saying that some Ethiopians are Negroes, and then they're making distinctions between Negroes and Semites, meaning that Negroes are not deemed to be Semites according to Zondervan, at least according to this entry.
So that's their issue right there. They confused two different things, but it was important because we had to show that Dante got this on his site. He wants everybody to, give him reasons to take it down. I don't see what good use of it is. It doesn't prove you're Israelites because the Shem entry does not say Negroes, and this appears to be tied to some pseudo idea of dark Caucasians being the North Africans. So I don't see how that's going to help you. I'd take that down. But let's finish up Bedeau. That's him. Back to Bedeau. This is the source. Now, there's various authors in here. This is kind of like a peer-reviewed kind of text. It's from 1861, right? Sort of journal of anthropology with various contributing authors. He writes on page 227, 237. We go here. Now, this is going to deal with why I was talking about climate, because Bedeau don't agree with it, right? So we see Dr. Pritchett, for example. Matter of fact, I'll start here. The varieties of complexion and color among the Jews have attracted the attention of some ethnological writers and of many observant travelers. These differ widely among themselves in their notion on the subject. Dr. Pritchard, he was in my slab, but I took him out because, for example, seems to have believed that the Jews, without having sullied the purity of their blood or mixing, to an extent capable of producing notable effects on their physique, had been, by the influence of climate and modes of living, almost assimilated to the nations among whom they dwelt. So he's saying they just went amongst them and look completely like them without mixing. I don't agree with that. I think climate possibly can change your skin to some modest effect, so you can get more tan. Even me, I can go to Africa and get slightly more tan, come back, and people be saying you darker. And in the wintertime, I'll get a little lighter, And of course, I know Italian people that I see every day at my job. I'm like, man, yeah, you be brown as heck. Yeah, man, I'm from Sicily, man. You're all brown like this. My mom, my dad, and all that. So, but I don't believe you turn into a phenotypically other person. Come on now, y'all know better than that. So this is what Badeau says about that, the climate changing them, right? He says, these views and this illustration have been frequently quoted and made much of. I suspect them to be doubly erroneous. And I agree with that. I doubt whether red beards are more common among German than other Jews, and I doubt whether any evidence can be adduced to show that climatic influence without crossing of blood has produced any change in the Jewish physiognomy. I got to get this word down. Physiognomy, right? And I agree with that. I don't believe that. I was pointing out the author Dante got is saying stuff like that. But Dante said it didn't matter. So, I'm just going to deal with the crux, which is Badeau, right? Owens and Pritchard makes an assertion based on climate. I can agree with Badeau being skeptical of climatic arguments. So here he's talking about Owen right here. He shows, he has Owens' quote from that book. 1,800 years, race has been dispersed in different latitudes and climates, So we go to the next page, right? Because Tazarah thinks that because he is an adherent of the curse of Canaan or racist, that he can't find any dark Jews, or he can't find those Jews in Jordan. So we go to the page 224 of this text here, Badeau. And he's and when after he reads the quote of Owens about the dark Jews in Jordan, he says, I regret that I have been unable in the course of inquiries made on the subject to trace it to its source. I've examined many books of travel and interrogated many travelers. This is the means and the methodology he's using to locate or find these Jews, to validate them. Not him just saying, I'm a racist, so I don't want to see black Jews. He said he's looking in books of travel and interrogated many travelers. Owens says that he got his information from trustworthy travelers. So this is the same means he's doing. This is what we do. We look in books. We talk to people that live amongst these people, but he wasn't able to get any confirmation on their existence of these Negro Jews. Now, that don't mean there aren't people, actual Jews that are brown skinned and people can say that they're just as dark as Africans. That doesn't mean that there aren't Jews in the Jordan, but he couldn't get confirmation of those specific ones from Owens' source. So he goes to another person, right? I'm informed by Mr. Hodges of Bristol, who is a long missionary among the Jews in different countries. So he has a source, Bristol, that there are no Jews in the Gore. There's no Jews in the Gore or Lower Valley of Jordan. So this is the source that's saying he couldn't locate none. There ain't none there. There is a populous settlement of ancient date, old date, at Tiberias. Now, Tiberias, the city, apparently was set up by, I believe, the Hasmonean kings. I could be wrong, but they set that up in the second century AD? Was it AD? I know it wasn't BC, but that is an ancient settlement. Just as a matter of fact, I think it's 20. Anybody look up Tiberias and look at the date of the settlement of the city. But the land has always been there. Jews have always had access to the land. But Tiberias, I think, is from 20 CE or AD. So that would be just as long as right before the dispersal of the Jews in 70 AD. So they're just as old. It was there on the low hot shore of Lake Gennesareth. But the Jews there present no striking peculiarities, certainly not black skin or crisp hair. Some of them are quite fair. So we see non-black Jews can exist in Israel, in Tiberias, just as long as the purported dark ones that Tazarah say never left the Jordan Valley, right? We are 162 years after Owens' source debating its veracity, whereas Badeau is contemporary to Owens and investigated sources, books, and travelers, and could not receive any confirmation from them. An actual missionary, Mr. Hodges, informed him there were no Jews there. However, ancient population of fair-skinned Jews in Tiberias are found. Ironically, Tazarah is behaving the same way he accuses Badeau. He wants to prop up the black Jews, but ignore the ancient fair Jews existing in Israel that was found by Hodges. Badeau's other views are relevant, and it has no bearing on his source's inability to confirm these particular Jews in Jordan. I don't want to debate this point no more because it's redundant. It's redundant. Same page. We're going to go further down. So I'm actually challenge the idea, he can't find it because he's racist. Let's see if he find dark people on the same page. He said, is it not possible that the foundations of this statement may, after all, be found in the writings of Silk Buckingham, who noticed some flat-faced, crisp-haired people among a tribe of the Lower Hami or Hieromax? That's in Jordan, I believe. Hieromax, Lower Hami? Yeah, but they're not Jews, though. Look, the tribe, however, was Arab, not Jewish. The complexions were not so dark as those of some other Arabs. So they're brown-skinned because, a lot of Arabs are. Maybe somebody was looking at the skin color of those people, and maybe they might be exaggerating because, Arabs, even the brown tan Arabs, there's some people in Africa that have that skin tone, or, them being people of color, period, might been enough for some people to go that far as to say, oh, they're dark as Ethiopians. I don't know, maybe that's the case. But either way, it's possible, or at least Badeau is saying it's possible that they're getting this information from Buckingham, who went to a place in Jordan and seen some brownish kind of people that people might have thought was Jews, right? And here he said, lastly, the presence of a black slave girl suggested the probability of Negro concubinage, right? So now he's finna get from Mr. Tristram, he's finna get a report of dark people in Warregla, right? And this connection and account of the Jews of Warregla given by Mr. Tristram in his recently published Travels in the Sahara is deserving of mention. Warregla is in an oasis in the desert about north latitude 32 degrees, inhabited by a race believed by Mr. Tristram to be deeply stained with Negro blood. So now he has got a source that he's able to get a source that tells him about a dark group of people, possibly mixed with black people in the north, right? In the North Africa. The Jews have been settled there for ages. They afford, says he, an interesting example of the effective climate. Now, even he might be adhering to a climatic argument, right? Which in the course of generations seems to have produced the dark colored pigment. They were almost as black as Negroes, much darker than their brethren of the Mozab and Wed Rahir, yet there was not the slightest trace of the Negro features. So we see that these people here, who he believes have been mixed with Negroes, they're almost black as Negroes. But their facial features, right? They don't have the slightest trace of Negro features. So you can be dark, just as dark as a quote-unquote Negro, or African, or a black person, and not be those people. All the lineaments were as distinctly Jewish as in any clothes dealer in Houndsditch. Lineaments means facial features. So in these people, they didn't have black facial features or Negro facial features. Their facial features were as distinctly Jewish as any clothes dealer in Houndsditch. Y'all look up where Houndsditch is. That's in London, I believe. That's in Europe. So they got facial features of people that you can find in London. They don't have African facial features. They were as dark as the black Jews of Abyssinia, whom I have seen in Jerusalem. So Badeau actually seen the Falashas, or the Abyssinian Jews, in Israel, which is interesting to me. I didn't know that in the 19th century they were there already, or some of them were there. But now you saying he can't find it because he can't find dark Jews in Jordan because they black. But here he is saying, I've seen black Jews before. I've seen the Falashas in person in Israel. It's ridiculous, right? He's saying those people hair, right, weren't woolly. It was grizzled and matted. Now here he goes talk about the Jews of Gardea. So he's getting mention of Jews, right? They are also stated to be very dark as the Hindus, but with features intensely Jewish. Right here, we already know When they say Jewish features, they're comparing it to Jews in Houndish or non-African features, right? There's a juxtaposition between Negro features and Jewish features. So when he's saying he found in dark Jews of Gardea or somebody bringing it to his attention, they're very dark as Hindus, but with features intensely Jewish, right? So why would Bedeau ignore the Jews in Jordan when he has already seen black Jews in person? His sources are detailing dark Jews in North Africa. The issue isn't their color. It's his inability to confirm those particular Jews in Jordan through his sources and contacts. So let's not play that game, man. Like, I'm done with this argument. It's done. It's a wrap. Now, this is where he moved the goalposts again. Tazarah goes to page 230 in the same book, and because Bedeau has an issue with the legitimacy of the Jews of Cochin, the Cochin Jews, now he's racist. But he's actually mentioning black Jews in Cochin. He's acknowledging their existence, whether he agree with them or not. So that's another case of him actually being able to, in one way or another, confirm dark Jews. It's just he couldn't find the ones in Jordan, right? This is the quote from him. As for the black Jews of Cochin, I believe it is now generally acknowledged that they are not Jews at all, except in religion. Among the so-called white Jews, and we're going to touch on them white Jews later. Among the so-called white Jews, indeed, there may be a fair proportion of true Israelite blood, and accordingly, they are stated to have retained, after the lapse of so many centuries, a comparatively fair complexion. So Bedeau's racism does little to stop his acknowledgement of the black Jews of Cochin. He, however, favors the white Jews whom later came, possibly due to their extraction and documented history that will be further explored later. We're going to get into that. So I just got to show you something funny real quick. So you see right here where he was, taunting me. You out here referencing authors who believed in the Hamitic hypothesis, cuz. So at some point, perhaps at some point I called him cuz back. See, I'm from Chicago. We don't say cuz unless we say cousin. It's a term of endearment. We don't, as far as like the criminal organizations here, cuz, that's a West Coast thing. So you doxing yourself, Tazarah. you doxing yourself. But we don't say that. So when I was saying cuz back, I was just really being funny. Like, yeah, cuz, whatever. But we see what his intention was, and we see how he feels about it, right? This is what he said to me. And I'm going to say it in his voice because he means to demean me. So I'm just going to just make a little light of it because it's, he's talking tough or whatever. And I don't want to invite that energy. So I'm just going to make light of it, right? And you don't bang, cuz. I can tell by how soft your voice is. Mine isn't soft at all. I can tell by how soft your voice is. You ain't never been on the set in your life. Don't ever call me cuz again. So if you heard Tazarah's voice, I'm sure it's equally as imposing as mine. If you heard his video, heard him talk. Tazarah, yeah, he's a real toughie. We can clearly see he is about that life over the information. See him, right? He's a spirit animal. Tazarah's painful struggle with the sources and maybe his subconscious. Who will win? I think this kind of reminds me of Tazarah. And yeah, I'm not trying to make an ad hominem. I'm just trying to make light of this because when you talk this kind of gangbang talk, some people get real tied up in the sources and they might actually really want to fight and stuff. I don't take it that serious. It's funny, I'm not a tough guy. I'm just an independent researcher, but I thought it was real funny that he came this way at me over the information. It was very reminiscent of Scrappy Doo and kind of this kind of scenario here. You're going to hype me up and make him catch a body like that, So we go here. Now, Dante, he showed that he knew better, that an argument of a genetic fallacy, he may not be able to give you the term genetic fallacy, but he's able to understand that a genetic fallacy is wrong. But he gives in, I guess, out of retribution or vengeance or, trying to get revenge. He says, you guys do it, so I'm going to do it. So on his community tab, he's taking Tazarah's argument, right? This pic is from one of the sources he shared, but conveniently left out the pages so it wouldn't expose his anti-black agenda. He's talking about Faithful. Teaches that black people are Canaanites and that Ham was cursed with black skin because his mother descended from Cain. And he even shouting out Tazarah so that he got it from him. Shout out Tazarah for immediately tearing down every claim Faithful made, right? So Dante just, Tazarah via Dante charged me via Faithful with a source that I, not Faithful, provided. He quoted the wrong author. So even when they tried to use the Curse of Canaan, they was quoting from the wrong author in that same book, right? Tazarah believes that because Badeau appears to uphold the Hamitic hypothesis, I already talked about that. It's genetic fallacy.
Right.
So they were quoting from page 11, right? Thinking that it was Badeau saying that in this book. Dante is parroting Tazarah, who quotes page 11, as a way to attack Badeau's credibility. Tazarah was actually quoting Admiral Fitzroy and his contribution to Varieties of Race. We see the book. If y'all watched my last video, we went through this already, so I'm going to try to, go past it real fast. So we see that Fitzroy from 1 to 11. We see Badeau come in here. We're going to see somebody, Robert Knox, right, who Tazarah is going to make a reference to and quote, is in this book too. So he's a supposed anti-Semite himself, Robert Knox, who is also featured in this edition. Should I invalidate his source due to its proximity to an adherent of the Hamitic race theory in Fitzroy? So because he's going to quote somebody that's in the same book as Fitzroy, should I disqualify his argument? Should I do the same thing? It's Fitzroy. Page 10, and we see page 11. You see what he says down here. In the Bible, we found Ham and his descendants were cursed. He said that. The author is Fitzroy, not Badeau. So you can't charge Badeau with the curse of Canaan, at least in this book. See here, page 11. And they already put another author up here, not Badeau. See,
show that one more time, please.
Right here?
Yes.
Yeah, Ainsworth. That they put Ainsworth on the last page of Fitzroy because Ainsworth was getting ready to start because he started at the bottom. But see, Beddoe's name ain't even up there. Look, still talking about Cain. Dante and Tazarah thought that this was the same author I quoted. Why isn't Beddoe's name on there? It's another example of poor research. Come on, fellas.
Poor vetting.
It's like trying to shoot me, but you're aiming at yourself while yelling at me. So you see what happens here. Comment section. All right. So look, Tazarah receives his next argument for racism from the comment section. He will ignore the mistake he made and use another argument to continue in the genetic fallacy. Tazarah thought the reason Fitzroy's Hamitic entry was mentioned in the book was because, according to him, all of the authors included held racist views. So he thought that, well, he's included in here because all of them are racist. But he's finna quote from a person that's in the book. So that means you're finna quote from a racist too. Like, he thought they all had racist views to black people. So he's gonna quote Robert Knox, So another commenter tells Tazarah that many older sources contain scientific racism. So why is Tazarah trying to disqualify Badeau on ideas widely accepted by many authors who are a product of their times? See this fella? I ain't even gonna say his name. I don't even want to drag him out. I would have X'd his name out, but I have nothing against this guy. He helping him. Good for you, pal. So he tells Tazarah, I think it's safe to say that John Badeau was a proponent of scientific racism. He wrote The Races of Britain. That was 1862. This was after the thing that he wrote where he couldn't find the Jews of Jordan, right? So a book he wrote afterwards, but you can lump it in, I guess, right? So he gives him this book. This guy gave him this book when Tazarah was pretty much destroyed, trying to use the curse of Canaan, where that was unfounded. So he said, I'm not even going to acknowledge I made a mistake really in the video. I'm just going, from the comment section, I'll just make the same claim that he was a racist, but use a different source to do it. So this fella gave him that, right? So look at Tazarah. I guess he didn't know about this source because he didn't use it at first. The guy gave it to him. Wow. Well, then, according to that, Badeau was definitely an anti-black racist who promoted anti-black scientific theories in his work. Thank you for the confirmation. I had a feeling that his work was included in that book with the Hamitic hypothesis guy because they all shared the same views about black people. Here go the other guy. Now, Tazarah should have been wary enough to hear this that he told him. No problem. As you know, a lot of sources around that time period believed in scientific racist theories such as Hamitic hypothesis. If you look up that book Badeau wrote, it's on archive. It wouldn't let me post the link. So if this guy is straight up telling you a lot of people believed in that, why you use it? Why is that like a big surprise, a big deal? Aren't you going to end up eventually quoting somebody who believes in stuff like that? Why commit the genetic fallacy when we can be on one accord and not have to agree with something racist just because it's in a book at the time where most people held racist ideas? Ridiculous. Look what he's saying here. He keeps saying I'm deceptive about climate. So at this point, if I hear this, I'm deceptive about the climate because I read what the author said, I'm pretty much just gonna ignore this because it's ridiculous. I read what the author says. He's grasping at straws. We're beating him that bad. Like this is pathetic at this point, right? Bedeau may not have been the one who said what was on page 11, but the entire book was published by a man who compiled all of the information together in order to put. I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop doing the voice. I was trying to do his voice. So he said that so he said, all right, well, Bedeau didn't write what was on page 11, but the whole book was published by a man who compiled all the information together to push a racist narrative. First of all, it's a whole society. So how do you know it's just one man that put the book together? And how do you know that's the motive? One can easily see that by simply reading through each of the chapters. So that should include Robert Knox's chapter, who you're gonna quote. So that means by proxy, he's a racist. So you're guilty of the same thing. It's obvious all of the people who are featured in that book believe the same ideas. Robert Knox is in the book. You go quote him, bro. And look down here. P.S. Dante simply said the source that Faithful used contained anti-black racist doctrine. He never attributed what was said on the page of that source to Bedeau. Dante didn't know anything. He was just parroting you. And Dante, you should be more responsible than that. You got a website, you reach a lot of people, you should be more responsible. You're better. I believe that you are better than that. You can do better, man. I believe in you, bro. You can do better. I know you can. Don't parrot Tazarah. He's looking up to you. Set an example for him, Dante. You got this, right? Now he's taking the accountability for it here, right? Here, not in the video and not to us, not being fair. Because see, if I'm wrong, I'll come to them. I'll be like, all right. Yo, I interpreted this wrong. My comprehension was wrong on this. I was wrong. Perhaps you're right. Maybe you're right. But I know that I was wrong. I'd have to do that, right? But here he go taking accountability to this Wallace Jenkins guy in the comment section. That was me, and it was a mistake. But that still does not help 93 in Faithful's case, if I already explained. So he's apologizing, but not apologizing. So I'm apologizing for getting the page wrong, but I'm still going to commit the genetic fallacy. So Tazarah planned to move the goalpost from Bedeau to the person who compiled the entire book. But then he admits he made a mistake for being too excited to debunk us. Dante got to be careful who he get his information from. And by the way, Tazarah, if you're watching this video, I know I'm making fun and jest. That's only because you kind of was talking tough a little bit. But I don't hate you, bro. You are my brother. Dante is my brother. I disagree with y'all. I'll plan to debate y'all, but y'all are my brother. I don't hate y'all. I don't have any animosity. It's okay to say that you're wrong, because when you can do it, then I can say I'm okay. It's okay for me to be wrong. Instead of us saying you got something wrong, you were lying, you're being deceptive. No, the other alternative is people are incorrect. Being incorrect is not the same as being deceptive. Deceptive implies prior knowledge and then going ahead and doing it anyway. I don't believe a lot of y'all do that. I believe y'all just wrong. And maybe y'all should take a course in methodology. Me too. I'm not the best at methodology. You can catch me up. I'm not infallible, but I'm just saying, bro, I'll have some empathy for you, my brother. I've been wrong before. I won't try to hold it on your head that everything you say is wrong because you made a mistake. But you have to do that for us too. You can't assign Faithful a motive just because you don't like him and say, oh, he's a racist because he disagreed. You don't know if he's a racist. Talk to the man. I'm not saying y'all are racist. I'm not saying all these things about y'all. So I'm just saying that y'all just wrong a lot of time. Okay? It's okay for you to be wrong, Tazarah. But I got to put you on the spot. I got to get you. I got to get you because this is the sport. This is a sport, baby. So these are the actual sources that he does use against Bedeau, right? So yeah, Bedeau in his book, he go to the website. This is a different claim of scientific racism. Yes, Bedeau is a product of his time. Yes, he is. He used it, and I'm gonna go with it, right? So you see phrenology purported to demonstrate that this. Wait, hold up. I'm trying to see where it says John Bedeau. But in here I think it does mention Bedeau, right? I'm gonna give them that and be honest. here's the other one, right? In his influential book, The Races of Man, 1862, Bedeau emphasized the vast difference between the prognathous and an orthognathous jarred people of Britain. These were terms originally the Irish, Welsh, and significantly the lower class of people were among the prognathous, whereas all men of genius were. So he's basically going at the Irish, Welsh, and the lower class people, and he developed an index of nigricence. So he was looking for Negro-like traits in the Jews and certain other white people that likened them, I guess, to black people, for which he argued that the Irish were close to Cro-Magnon man and thus had links with the Africanoid races. And that is not okay, but he is in 1862, and that does not surprise me. So Bedeau is a product of his times. Yes, he is. What does that have to do with other people bringing him information on the Jews of Jordan and they can't find it? What does it have to do with the books that he's reading to find them and he can't find it? Come on now. Let's get it together, fellas. All right, let us conclude. Richard Owens' claims. Oh, shout out to Reggie. Shout out to Reggie that be in the chat, my brother. Richard Owens' claims was not published in any work that was peer-reviewed by scholars at the time, whereas Bedeau's paper was, the Ethnological Society. Owens only made his claim during a lecture that was book release, that was put in a book. The genetic fallacy cuts both ways because one could argue that certain authors Tazarah Dante make appeals to, like H.H. Johnston, for example, held anti-Semitic or racist views and therefore would have been inclined to associate Jews with Negroid traits or any other thing racist at the time, right? If we can dismiss evidence we don't like by appealing to motives, then virtually any piece of evidence can just as easily be dismissed by appealing to some alleged motive. In reality, it's a poor and fallacious attempt to avoid the fact that Owens' claim was confirmed. Owens' claim was not confirmed, whereas Bedeau's source of an ancient community of non-black Jews was. So we're moving on to Sao Tome and the Jews. We concluded that. Faithful, would you like to read?
Give me a moment.
I'll be here. I'll be right here with you if you need me.
All right.
So
that's really hard for me to see, man.
This is page 574 of John Ogilvy's book, America, right? And he's talking about the area of Sao Tome in regarding the Jews. You said it's hard for you to see, huh?
Very hard for me to see.
Man, you need to put some glasses on. Let me see something. Hold up.
All right, and shout out to the live chat. Shout out to everybody who's showing love. I appreciate it. Oh,
can you see now?
All right, let me see. Okay, there we go. That's better. All right, here we go. You want me to start at the
Houtabin right here? Houtabin.
Houtabin
is a pirate, by the way, right?
Houtabin thus become master of all things on the island of St. Thomas. Sent for the
fled.
For the what?
It looked like fled.
Yeah, the fled Portuguese into the city on reasonable
proffers,
yeah, embraced by many of the inhabitants and Negroes. Now, so everyone catch that. Embraced by many of the inhabitants and Negroes. Notice
in Sao Tome.
Yes. Notice that inhabitants and Negroes are being distinguished. That's going to come up later. But whilst Houtabin put all things in good order here, the country disease began to rage amongst the seamen for those who but a little before climbed up the walls courageously, grew faint and fell down in a swoon. Those who fought valiantly against their enemies were now put into their graves.
In short.
Am I saying that right? In short.
Of
1,000 men.
In short.
100
of 1,000 men. Scars really left. I got you. In short of 1,000 men, in short of 1,000 men, 100 were scarce left in health. The rest being departed or lying bedridden. So this is talking about the unwholesome air that I mentioned in previous videos. Without any difference, infected both great and small. For the commanders, was it mast maker, valet,
all those names right there,
right? And chief in expedition, Houtabin, were all taken off and interred in the chief church of Pavofa. So I think Huttabeen might have got sick and died too. After the finishing of so much bloody work, most complained of intolerable headaches, even distractions. Other also of horrible grippings, and all those who are afflicted either of these two ways most certainly died in 4 days' time. The occasion of this deadly distemper was by divers, according to their different judgment, imputed to several accidents, but doubtless it was chiefly to be ascribed to the poisonous damps of fogs, which often rise in this island, at which times everyone used to keep close in their huts or houses, which the Netherlanders, being ignorant of, neglected. Sad. The Portuguese that dwelt on this island informed the Netherlanders that few lived above 50 years there. Matter of fact, did you want to play Tazarah reading this to see what he might have got wrong, or would you like to just keep going?
Nah, just let it go. Just
okay.
Read.
So the Portuguese dwelt on the island told the Netherlanders that few lived above 50 there. Notwithstanding the great gain, they tempted them to tarry. They tempted them to stay. Several of them having 200 or 300 Negroes. Several of them, the Portuguese, had two. He thinks that the 2 or 3 Negroes are Jews because he's going to see down here that Jewish children got shipped to Sao Tome. He thinks that that's them, right? Right. So the 200 or 300 Negroes that worked in the sugar mills, that John III, King of Portugal, sent the colony there above 200 years before, whom, though the unwholesome air destroyed, yet the place was not left desolate, for he sent new inhabitants. I'm get out of the screen right here. I'm gonna see if I can. How do I exit? There we go. So, okay. So the point we want everybody to see is that inhabitants and Negroes are distinguished, right? So keep that in mind. Inhabitants, these are the people, these are the Portuguese, and it should include some of the Portuguese Jews. And the Negroes are the ones imported from Africa, right? So right here, he's saying that the Portuguese had Negroes. They had 200 or 300 Negroes. As we already know, they're distinguished from the inhabitants, right? They worked in the sugar mills. John III, King of Portugal, sent the colony there 200 years before, whom the unwholesome air destroyed. So we know that the air, this whole section was about Europeans dying because of the climate. Yet the place was not left desolate, for he sent new inhabitants, who first settled in Guinea, next in Angola, and lastly on the Isle of St. Thomas. So these new inhabitants are coming to these places. They're regarded as inhabitants, that so they might be better used to the air or climate. That the said king sold all those Jews for slaves that refused to embrace the Roman religion, pause, and caused their children to be baptized, pause, from whom coming in great numbers, most of the present inhabitants were descended.
Inhabitants.
So
right.
The Jews become the inhabitants, and we see that the Negroes are differentiated from the inhabitants. Right,
which shows
and the
how
Jews
people were back then, right? Super racist
because they're slaves. They're not the inhabitants. I mean, they technically were never there. Like Sao Tome was not inhabited by Africans. The Portuguese got there; it was their territory, so they brought people from Angola and Benin, right there, and those were the slaves, the Negroes that worked in the sugar mills, right? And we see that he looked at the sentence and thought, because it said that the king sold all those Jews for slaves that refused to get baptized, right? He thinks that those Jews all went over there as slaves with their children. And because they are the slaves, that they are the Negroes here mentioned working in the sugar mills, when there is a distinction clearly here, right? And we see that the children are who most of the present inhabitants are descended from, right? But we're going to get more into that. We're going to get further into that. I'm going to show you about the Negroes, the Jews, and all that. As far as the children, right? The children who got snatched, there are about anywhere from 600 to 2,000 of them, depending on the reports. There's so many different stories about them. We don't even man. So this was my cut of that same page where I, pretty much went through the structure of the sentence, because I had to show that the them that had the Negroes were the Portuguese. I had to show the semicolon, so you don't just jumble all this up. That means a great importance. You pause right there, right? Had to show you the new inhabitants, where they went, Guinea, Angola, Sao Tome. And I had to make emphasis that the children were the ones taken to Sao Tome. That doesn't mean adult Jews didn't later come, but this epoch in history is an event where children were snatched from their parents who got enslaved in Portugal. And they were taken there, and they either died or some of them survived to have descendants, right? So if y'all go to his last video he did with Dante, it's at the 59-minute 23-second mark, and he's basically jumbling them all up as the same people. So here's my source, right? Persecution of the Jews and Muslims of Portugal, page 129 by Francois Sawyer. Not all the Castilian Jews had left by the expiry of the delay accorded to them by João II. Well, that's John II. The fate of these Castilian Jews enslaved by João II in 1493 is still shrouded in mystery. If we are to believe Elijah Capsili, Castilian Jews were enslaved by João II in two distinct situations. The first to be enslaved were those Jews who attempted to enter Portugal without paying the interest tax and were caught. This is a quote. A great number of humble and destitute people whose means were insufficient were not able to pay the tax, and thinking that they would be able to dupe the king were duped themselves, for he pursued all of them to the greatest of the small. For it is quite true that nothing can be hidden from a king. Thus he took them as his slaves and servants. This is in the land. Now that doesn't mean that Lancos or people that get thrown out, the Jews that get thrown out, didn't at some point, to some degree, be used as convict labor. But that's not the whole story of them, that they were slaves and low. And, no, we're going to see that they got out and they were able to trade themselves, But in this particular instance, they got enslaved on the land, right? Subsequently, there were Jews who stayed in Portugal beyond the delay granted to them. According to Capsali, the king sent heralds to Castilian Jews who had still not departed, and the following edict was read aloud to the exiles. Any man or woman amongst those who had come to the land of João or Portugal and who wished to remain there, although the king has limited the duration to 6 months, a delay that has already expired, would be able to remain on condition that they give the king a capitation tax of 8 florins, right? So anyway, anyone who disobeyed this order and who did not pay the sum would become the slave of the king for the rest of his life. Didn't say they went to Sao Tome. Says these particular people were enslaved there, right? It's another source, right? After 6 months had elapsed, he made slaves of all those that remained in his country and banished 700 children to a remote island, right, to settle it. And all of them died. Some say there were double as many. Upon them, scriptural word was fulfilled. Deuteronomy 28:32. Though this is them thinking that their children being taken or them being enslaved there is Deuteronomy. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people. All Spanish Jews who were still in Portugal in 1493 were enslaved by King John, right? The children were sent to the Isle of St. Thomas. I'm wondering where is the... Oh, here it is. Oh, man, I was scared. I was like, yo, you put something up and you ain't got the source? The source is The Jew in the Medieval World, a source book, page 315. I'm sorry, no. This is what the time period, 315 to 1791 by Jacob Rader Marcus, page 53. That's the source. It's just I wrote it so big that the source got pulled down. So the children got sent and the people got enslaved on the land. Doesn't mean more people weren't kicked out. Doesn't mean people weren't indentured, but that's not the true story of them in Sao Tome. He's trying to make it like the Africans are misnomered. They're the Jews, the black people that got enslaved there. But here we see right here in the book, The Portuguese in West Africa, page 8 by Malin Newitt, the slaves from Africa, not the Jews, were the ones who secured the island's success, right? Wait, let me go here. It seems that one of the captains of Sao Tome and the Gulf of Guinea arranged for Jewish children taken from parents who refused to convert to be consigned as colonists to the tropics. However, it was the importation of slaves from Africa that eventually secured the demographic success of the island's colonies. Don't ever get it confused. The majority, matter of fact, nearly all of the slaves there. Now, I ain't even counting the indentured, because the Jews probably were indentured and got out some kind of way. The Africans were the slaves there, right? So, moving on. This is a source he used, right? I have this book. He went to this book, Portuguese Exploration to the West and Formation of Brazil, page 17, to again try to make it like, okay, the Jews were the slaves. This is page 17 here. He says the king had allowed Jewish refugees from Spain to remain in Portugal only in return for payment of an enormous ransom. In 1493, those who could not pay had their children taken away from them, baptized by force, and deported to Sao Tome in order to be raised as Christians and to help populate the island that the king had just leased to Alvaro de Caminha. Right? Nothing is known of their further fate. Now, when y'all go in, because these children are a whole nother video, nobody can give y'all the complete story on them. They give you different numbers, different dates, different amount of children. What happened to them differs, right? Says, although later chroniclers attribute the thriving sugar production on the island to the talents of these deported children and their offspring. So Tazarah cited this page to connect Jewish children as Negro slaves in sugar mills in Africa. Right? They speculate, no. This statement is just a regular statement. It's just like saying, well, no, we don't know what happened to them, but they attribute the success of the sugar production to them. Doesn't mean they even had to be slaves. It could have meant that they actually were the ones who actually made it happen, were successful at the sugar. They actually were the people running it. It could mean that, right? But they also could have just been working at the sugar mill. But then by no means are the Jews slaves the way Africans were there. By no way were they the ones doing the work like the Africans was doing that provided the success of that colony right here, right? So here we go again. This is Exiles and Sepharad, right? Jeffrey Gorski, page 338, talks about the same thing. Giles II, right? He enslaved Jewish children, converted them to Christianity, and shipped them to a new experiment colony, right? By the mid-15th century, the Portuguese had established a profitable sugar plantation on the island of Madeira. Now check this out. Sao Tome is basically a bigger, more successful, booming version of Madeira. So Madeira, they already did this where they went to an island and did the sugar thing, right? They even used slaves in Madeira, but Sao Tome is a whole different story. The king hoped to emulate that success in Sao Tome using Jews, not just Jews, but criminals and African slaves from northern Angola as laborers, right? Several Jewish commenters bewailed the mistreatment of the children whose suffering on the island reportedly include being eaten by crocodiles. Samuel Usk recorded that in the mid-16th century. This is his quote. They were thrown ashore and mercilessly left there. Almost all were swallowed up by huge lizards on the island, and the remainder who escaped these reptiles wasted away from hunger and abandonment. So you have different people saying what even happened to these people. So you don't know if they were the reason that the sugar mills popped. You don't even know if all of them survived. Like, this is ridiculous. Tazarah, come on, man. Okay, same book. This is the other side of the page right here. Because Tazarah wants to know, how can you be a slave or the Inquisition and then you're the ones running it and being successful in Sao Tome? Well, their history is not all as slaves. I don't know why he thinks that. Oh, I know, because he has a presupposition that the Jews are Negroes and they're the slaves. So we see the same book on the opposite side of the page. In 1529, one plantation owner complained that the Jews held all the best land. They got kicked out. Yes, those people are traitors. They're very good at business. You think that the Iberians wouldn't have further use for them? They didn't like their Judaism, but they still did business with these people. Though they got the best land here. When Pedro da Cunha Lobo was appointed bishop of the island of Sao Tome in 1621, he arrived with ambitions to eliminate imagined Jewish practices on the island. A modern historian records his paranoid reaction after arrival. This is quoting Lobo. Then one night on October 26th, he was awakened by the sounds of a noisy celebration. I'm sorry, this is the author describing what I guess he got from Lobo. So this would be secondhand, something like that. Looking out of his window, he saw marching past the cathedral a procession of Jews carrying a golden calf. Rushing out to confront the Jews, he was beaten and abused by them. Shocked and disgusted, he took the next ship back to Portugal, right? Now here, they are going to talk about adult Jews. In addition to enslaving the children sent to Sao Tome, because that's where they were sent. Jao II also enslaved in adult Jews. Capsali claimed that 15,000 were enslaved, and we know they were enslaved in Iberia. And 2/3 of those were ransomed by the Jewish community, meaning, well, if he wanted to know, well, when did they get out? They got ransomed there. They got ransomed. Even Manuel did it. Like Manuel came after, I think John, right? If anybody knows Portuguese history, right? King Manuel and the general conversions, right? Some relief came to the Jews with Zhao's death in 1495 at the age of 40. The new king, his cousin, brother-in-law, his cousin and brother-in-law. Okay, Manuel immediately adopted a more favorable position towards the Jews. On the day of his succession, Manuel issued letters urging the town councils to take steps to protect Jews against anti-Jewish riots that might break out. In one of his first acts as monarch, he freed the Jews in Portugal who had been enslaved by King Zhao. So Manuel eventually does do the same thing to the Jews as far as exiling them, but as far as the slavery aspect, he's freeing them there. He's got them out of slavery, right? Doesn't mean the Inquisition still ain't gonna happen, but they wasn't slaves of the king no more. And to further drive my point home about the Africans being the ones majorly used there, right? We have Britannica.com, right? Sao Tome, right? While we here, we have many convicts and Jewish children who had been separated from their parents and expelled from Portugal. They sent settlers, right? Those are the settlers, and brought African slaves to the island to grow sugar. The Africans were mostly the ones that were put to work for that. The Jews, even if they were indentured at some point, they began to run that stuff. During the 16th century, Sao Tome was for a brief time the world's largest producer of sugar, right? The economy decline was accentuated by social instability as slaves escaped from the mountains and raided the plantation. Amador, the self-proclaimed king of the slaves who nearly overran the whole island in 1595, is now regarded by many as a national hero. And he is. He rebelled. This is Rey Amador. He is an Angolar, and his Angolar people are from Angola. Just like we said, they brought the women there to mix with the Jews from Angola. Is an Angolan slave who is a hero in my eyes, who rebelled, and him and the Angolas got out of there, right? So respect to this brother. All right, now you want to know how Jews could be victims and victimizers, or be victims and then get out of it and become wealthy or prosperous. You want to go to the book, The Jews and the Expansion of Europe to the West, 1450 to 1800. And I'm going page 485. We're going to start New Christians. We know that New Christians is a designation for Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, right? All right, so it says sugar shaped New World society in the Portuguese, British, French, Dutch, and Danish colonies. I'm going to go skip down here. Settlers of Jewish descent called New Christians were among the participants who cultivated and traded this new sweet cash crop, right? This chapter would demonstrate that New Christians found in sugar cultivation and trade new opportunities to gain upward social mobility. So why do they have to gain social mobility? Because they being victimized, they being oppressed. There's an inquisition, but the ever so resilient Jewish people managed to make a way. They start trading with the sugar, right? New Christians accommodated socially and religiously to local societies and its mores, right? So they talk about how the Jews fled to Portugal and Manuel followed suit. They were in, because before then, I guess in 1492 or right when they found the island, perhaps some Jews freely went there. Maybe. This was before they were forced to go there. I'm going to go to page 486. It talks about sugar, right? Sugar was an international commodity, the cultivation of which had spread geographically throughout the early modern period. Sugar originated in Asia, probably in New Guinea, not Africa, New Guinea. He's talking about like Papua New Guinea in those islands where it's, near Australia or in that area, and spread from there through the Far and Middle East to the Mediterranean. Portuguese and Italian merchants first introduced it in the Atlantic from the south of Portugal. So the Portuguese got hold of the sugar and they introduced it to places like Madeira and Sao Tome. It's not a national crop in Africa. And that's important, right? All right. The two main areas of cultivation were Madeira and Sao Tome, each with its own peculiarities. Madeira's residents were small-scale sugar farmers, whereas Sao Tome's cane growers worked on a larger scale using African slavery in a system that became the model for the New World plantations. Right, and Madeira had a more healthy climate than Sao Tome, so they were able to really stay there, but it was a smaller economy. And Sao Tome, though more difficult, that was the bigger economy. So my point about them introducing the sugar, right? If Tazarah is saying that well, the Jews are Negroes and they're brought over there to do sugar, it appears sugar wasn't even an indigenous crop to Sao Tome. The Portuguese likely introduced the crop there. If all or most of the slaves were Jews from Portugal, why not just enslave them all there to produce sugar? It makes more sense that by sending sugar there, you would be in closer proximity to your main source of slaves, Africans, rather than have to import them from Africa all the way back to Portugal. So if they already have access to sugar and they have the slaves, they have the Jews already there, they could have just said, oh, well, we're going to take all of y'all to Madeira, or we'll just enslave y'all here in Portugal and y'all make the sugar. No, Sao Tome needed to produce income. When you get a territory, you don't get it for no reason. You get it to produce wealth, the natural resources. You can use the space for something. And it's already by Africa. Why would I take Africans all the way to Portugal when I can take them closer to where they already are, and I can bring the sugar there, and I can use them as free labor? So no, it does not make sense that the Jews are the Negroes taking over there. No, they went over there and got the Negroes that's in close proximity to Sao Tome, and they brought the sugar there for them to make. The Jews just got exiled there because they were undesirable because of their religion. Right? The Sao Tome case demonstrates that the new Christian presence was not always voluntary. The island served as a dumping ground for the children of Jewish immigrants. The same thing, I've made this point over and over. Children. The other people got brought over there, but the children, these in particular, they may have been like the indentured servants. When they talk about them being enslaved, that's mostly over there in that land, and we see that they got out of that. Manuel got them out of that. He got them out of slavery on the mainland, right? So it talks about it being a dumping ground for them being kicked out of Spain, and the Portuguese king banished to Sao Tome all Spanish Sephardic children who didn't pay the tax. Banishment was a part of the royal policy. Although exile to Sao Tome was virtually a death sentence, some new Christian children did survive. So some of them may have survived, right? But given their young age upon arrival, it's unlikely that they had continued to adhere to their form of religion. Their role was important since all trade became dependent on the local population who were immune to tropical diseases. So I guess by this point they got used to the diseases, or they might be referring to the slaves who could deal with the climate and diseases, right? And Sao Tome, new Christians became integrated into local society. So you want to know, Tazarah, how can they be slaves and then they own slaves, or they become like wealthy or something like that to that effect? Well, they became integrated in the local society. Given the island's small white population, new Christian status presented no obstacles to marriage. Similarly, persons of Jewish descent did not hesitate to marry old Christians. Thus, men of Jewish descent ended up becoming sugarcane growers, officials, and traders. So that was how that happened. They took the black people and they might have been mixing with some of the old Christians. And whether you like it or not, they survived, they prospered, and they became sugarcane growers. So when your source up here says, chroniclers attribute the thriving sugar production on the island to the talents of these deported children and their offspring, we can see how that might actually be affected. How that might actually happen. They integrated, right? And they were able to do their Judaism in Africa more openly than in Iberia, right? Says new Christians in Brazil found in sugar a quick means for more social, for upward social mobility, right? Page 486 again. Both Sephardic Jews who had fled from the Iberian Peninsula to Northern Europe and new Christians in Portugal and its overseas territories found attractive opportunities in the trade and cultivation of sugar, right? Their international network of connections and strategic position in core areas of the sugar market and the commerce of Northern Europe and the Iberian Peninsula gave Sephardic Jews and New Christians an edge over their competitors. Thus, ironically, the expulsion of the Sephardim had given them an economic advantage, right? One that was checked by Portuguese Inquisition activities. So I'm gonna skip past this. This just talks about slaves brought to mainland Portugal, because they must. I don't know if the Hebrews know that Africans were literally brought to Portugal. So we're gonna move to Godby. Now, when he said in the biblical rubber room, they debunked our points, and he didn't want to show it. This is one of the points that he claimed he used. So I'm gonna read it. One of my most recent favorites, Faithless, loves to babble about the white Jewish men who went to Sao Tome and mixed children with black women. But according to this source from Alan H. Godby, it is strongly implied that those white Jewish men were not even Semitic. So he's quoting the source Godby, who's saying those Jewish people, the men who took the women and the black women and mixed and made mulattoes and made the Luso-Africans. He's saying that Godby is saying that it's heavily implied that they weren't even Semitic, right? And then he's trying to say, it goes on to say the Judeos by the Portuguese were believed to be Semitic. Those are like the Lango Jews, right? So he quotes Godby, who is quoting from Winwood Reed's Savage Africa book. This is a book I also quoted. Strongly implied, but not proven, right? Godby is not documenting himself going to Sao Tome. How would he know if these Jews were Semitic or not? Where in his book does he demonstrate how they aren't? But I know what Godby is getting at, though, right? So this is his page, The Lost Tribe of Myth, right, by Godby, page 246, right? He says, but Reed, visiting the island of San Tome 70 years ago, observed no trace of Semitic physical characteristics. Now, we know what they mean by Semitic physical characteristics, the look of Jews, not the Negro stuff, not the Negro characteristics. He's looking in these Jews to see Semitic, quote unquote, physical characteristics in them, right? And he's quoting Reed when he says he did not consider the fact that he's actually inferring, he's saying that Reed did not consider the fact that the Jews who married the blacks might not have been what he called Semites, nor did he visit the mainland colony. Bastian studied these Negroes known as Judeos by the Portuguese, and thought he had found some trace of the so-called Semitic blood, right? But Tazarah didn't read this part down right here. That's going to lead to why Godby would probably say something like that about the Jews marrying the black women, not having Semitic blood. He didn't get into this part, right? But the perplexity of the ethnologists is due to their omission of one outstanding feature of ancient Oriental religious society. So we see Reed here. This is the source that he's Reed, right? Or Reed, he said, I could detect no relic of the Jewish type, which is decidedly providential, which means this is a good thing, because a union of the Jew and a Negro would be, commercially speaking, dangerous to Christianity. So we're going to see what Godby is talking about. The introduction of Judaism from Europe into the coastal regions is in very modern times is to be considered. Of this fact, there are satisfactory records. I'm sorry. This is page 246. I just made it larger here, actually. Let me go back here, because I have stuff in between, right? So, but the perplexity of the ethnologists is due to their omission of one outstanding feature of ancient Oriental religious society. And Tazarah didn't read that part. Judaism clung till modern times. That is to say, any slave. Oh my, hold up. Let me move this over. Gotta move this over so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Matter of fact, I might have to make this smaller. To which, okay, I'm gonna read this together. I apologize, y'all. But the perplexity of the ethnologists is due to their omission of the outstanding feature of ancient Oriental religious society, to which Judaism clung till modern times. That is, that any slave might gain his freedom by accepting the religion of his owner. This fact requires a special chapter later. For the present case, from the beginning of the San Tome Jewish colony, there should have been Negro Jews who had no white blood, just as there were persons of mixed blood who had no Judaism. In seeking for traces of white blood as evidence of Jewish ancestry, the earlier ethnologists were astray at the outset. So he's saying, if you're looking for the proof of them being Jews by looking for them being mixed, then no, you're not looking right, because there should be regular black Jews at the beginning of the colony that came there, and mixed ones who are descendants of people who ain't Jews at all. Because remember, they kicked out convicts too, and the regular Portuguese also took black women, right?
Right.
Fortunately, the historic records bearing upon the case are ample and clear, beginning with the medieval anti-Jewish legislation in Spain and Portugal. The Siete Partidas, or seven codes of Alphonse X, 1250 to 1280, contain this prohibition. Moreover, we forbid that any Jew should dare make his slave turn Jew, although the slave be a Moor or any other barbarous people. Should it be done, the slave who has been made a Jew or Jewish shall become free and withdrawn from the owner. Oh, faithful is Tazarah source talking about black people potentially being converted to Judaism? Lindo's translation more accurately says Moors or other people of the Barbary Islands. This prohibition was 200 years before the fall of the Moorish kingdom of Grenada. Before that, right? We have succinctly before us the fact that Judaism was spreading itself by proselytizing any African slaves that it could. The Spanish and Portuguese Christian clergy felt themselves handicapped in competition. Now, it's important that we deal with the fact that he's appealing to the Siete Partidas, right? And it mentions Jews not making their slaves Jews because they would be free. And he's saying that, if you can possibly have a Moor as slaves. And we know among the Moors there were black people, right? Now, whether the word Moor and Negro at that time could be interchangeable or understood the way God seems to be making it, that's up for debate. But if he is saying Moors and Negroes, then he's potentially saying that there were Moors that went to Sao Tome, Moorish Jews or Negro Jews that got converted and came with them over there. It seems that he's implying that, right?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Next, the activity of the Inquisition in the Canary Islands brings the same Jewish customs before us, 200 to 350 years later. These records, we found some Negro slaves testifying that they were required to follow Jewish procedure in domestic matters. Some that they were sent to fairs in Morocco for formal instruction in Judaism, right? Sometimes we hear of the intermarriage of Jews and Christians and some of the trial of Jews who are not of pure blood, or charges made that a black slave has been terrified into adopting Jewish customs. So they're forcing this on some black people, and then they're converting. This whole page right here talks about Jews in the New World. So I'll just skip here, page 249. Right? Now we return to the Negro Jews of the Loango Coast and their possible derivation from the Negro Judaism of Portuguese Jewish colonies of Sao Tome. Right? So he's going back to the Negro Jews in Sao Tome. That colony was planted by King John in 1484 and supplied with Negro women from the Loango Coast. So he's not denying that there's some mixing. But another important fact is to be added. Gonzalo Perez reports that in 1492, the governor Alvaro de Camina took with him to San Tome 2,000 Negro children of 7 years age and under, whom the king had allowed Castilian Jews to carry off. This shows us Castilian Jews, a few years before the establishment of the Inquisition in the Canaries, engaged in the slave trade. Now, this is weird because we've been talking about these Jewish children being snatched from their parents. And here's his source saying that the 2,000 children, he doesn't explicitly say they're Jewish, but he says they're Negro. Seems to be implying that these are either Moorish or some kind of Negro slaves that were converted to Judaism and taken. Because look, he's saying they're taken by the king allowed Castilian or Spanish Jews to carry them off, take them there. This is a whole different narrative, Tazarah. This shows us Castilian Jews, the same ones that's being kicked out a few years before the Inquisition and the Canaries, engaged in the slave trade. I'm not saying this is true. I actually disagree. I actually believe that these were not Negroes. He must have got that wrong, and that these are regular Jews. His angle seems to be that, I guess, they converted Jews in Iberia and brought them with them as early as the 13th century because of them talking about Moors that could have been freed if the Jews turned them into Jews. So he's going a whole different route to what Tazarah I think he is. No matter how he try to read this and say I'm interpreted wrong, it's right here for everybody to read. This is Godby's book, page 249. It's just no way around it. He's going a whole different narrative than Tazarah would go, right? So, and aiding their refugee co-religionists from Portugal. But with the initial facts before us, we recognize that a considerable free Negro Judaism was certain to develop at Sao Tome, and that the mercantile colonies of these free Jewish Negroes were certain to spread to the adjacent coast. It is besides the mark to scrutinize each colony for traces of white blood. So you don't have to look about them being mixed. He ain't saying that they black. He's saying you don't have to look about them, the black Jews, being descendants of white people, the mixed descendants. You can look at the fact that, according to him, let me go up. You can look at the fact that they were converting Jews in Iberia, and he's basing this off the fact of the Siete Partidas that mentions Moors. I guess he's taking Moors and Negroes to be the same thing. I have an issue with this because the Moors or the Berbers or the black people there, although some of them have E1B1A, they're not all black, and they did not discover who they call the Negro people to the 1400s when the Portuguese go to West Africa. But if he's talking about the dark Moors, the black Moors, you know, he's combining that as being the Negroes, then basically he's saying that I guess black slaves in Iberia who are either Moors or whatever, he calling them Negroes, that they came there and spread it to Africa, right?
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna read this part one more time to make that point. With the initial facts before us, we recognize that a considerable free Negro Judaism was certain to develop at Sao Tome, and that the mercantile colonies of these free Jewish Negroes were certain to spread to the adjacent coast. So it's like he's saying black people who were converted in Iberia came over there and spread it in West Africa. So Godby seems to be implying that in 1492, Castilian Jews took 2,000 Negro children to Sao Tome as slaves, and these converts may have spread throughout Africa without having had any white Jewish blood at all, right? We do know Africans were brought to Portugal before the Jewish expulsion. Prince Henry is reported to have brought over Africans, and the source for his claim of the 2,000 children being Negro, I'm gonna get to it right now. It's footnote 93, right? So, oh, this is not
this is the big one, right? This the one.
It's decent. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this is not the footnote. I just wanted to include this because he said the 2,000 children were Negro, but I'm showing another source, Journal of Historical Society of Nigeria, page 298, is talking about the Jews. 1485, Giles sent to Sao Tome with the first captain of the island, 2,000 children aged 8 years and under, which he took away from the Castilian Jews. See, you see where he may have made an error. All of them say that they got taken from their children, which were the Castilian Jews, the Spanish Jews, right? All them sources that I said that the children went and the parents were enslaved in Portugal because they were coming from Spain. They were the Castilian Jews. He's saying that the Castilian Jews were taking Negroes like they were their slaves. I think he got it backwards. I don't agree with Godby. This source is a good example. 2,000 children that were taken away. But we're going to see if they say Negro. I know y'all can't see this very well, but if y'all get his book, Godby's book, on page...
Wait, but before you go on, set it up. Let everybody know what's about to happen. What was the initial claim, and what are you going to show right now? You're going to bat this down.
I am. I want to give y'all the book first. This is Alan H. Godby, The Lost Tribes, a Myth, and y'all can start. The pages we've been discussing have been pages 246. We started there, and we got all the way to like 249, right? Oh, and I'm gonna come to this too, because I meant to read that, but I want to give y'all a good setup, right? So the setup is the whole time I've been telling y'all about the 2,000 children snatched from their parents who were Castilian Jews. The parents got enslaved in Portugal. The children got took into Sao Tome. God be in this book on page 247 is saying that the children are 2,000 Negroes. My bad, it's 240. Is it 249? 249. He's saying that the children are Negroes carried away by the Castilian Jews. Not that they were Jewish children taken from their slave Castilian parents. He's switching the whole thing, saying, oh, these were converted Jewish Negroes or something like that, carried by Castilian Jews. And that just goes against a lot of what I saw. And this is a source that goes against that. 2,000 children took away from Castilian Jews, and they're not called Negro. This is the footnote that he used to say that they were Negroes. Footnote 93. I know y'all can't see it. I'm gonna read it to y'all. Richard Overlander, West Africa, Vom Senegal. And it says page 403, right? So I went and found the book. I went there. Richard Overlander, right? Godby quotes Oberlander's page 403. It's 460 in this digital copy. Regarding the 2,000 Negro children in 1492. But when translated, the word Negro is not present. Did Godby misquote Oberlander? So we got to look at these writers and see if they even get their information correct. We see the 2,000 right here. See the year 1492. This is where I located it in the text. I had to go to Google Translate. It's not always the best translation, but I think we can get the gist of what's going on. This is the translation. This is the German here. Now we see Schwarz Juden. Schwarz is dark, right? Juden. Schwarzen, Neger Juden, Negern, Semetischen Juden. Right? And then we see 2,000 Kinder von Uter Freeman. Right? So when we go down here, we see after Gonzalo Perez, he took governor Alvaro de Camina in 1492 after the island St. Thomas. 2,000 children under the age of 7 with whom the king gave Castilian Jews. Now, even this is saying gave, but we can translate this and maybe it might say took from. Doesn't matter whether he gave it or whatever. It does not say Negro. These children are not Negro, and no other source that I've seen have ever called them Negro children. That they're converted black children that get taken. It doesn't either way. It doesn't help Tazarah.
And this is the primary, so everybody knows. This is the primary.
This is the primary. This is the translation because I don't speak German. If anybody could get a better translation where perhaps can read more coherently. The Castilian Jews I hear says whom the king gave the Castilian Jews. So take what you will. But my main point is these are not Negro children. These are not converted black slaves. So either way, it would be bad for them.
So just to reiterate it one more time, in reference to the children in the primary source, the reference to quote unquote Negro is not found. It is not there in the original.
Okay, well look, we see Schwarz Juden. Right? And that's over here, black Jews. See Schwarzen, black. Schwarzen Juden, that's black Jews that they talking about in Malabar. Schwarzen, black, like Falashas. Schwarzen, black Falashas. You see Neger Juden, Negroes. Wait, let me see. It should say Negro Jews somewhere. I see Negroes. Some medicine Negroes. Okay. Must be up here somewhere. Oh, Negro Jews up here. That's Negro Juden, Negron Salin. I don't know if that means the Semitic Negroes or whatever. Semitic Negro right here. And when we see the children, 2,000 Kindervam, blah, 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 we don't see the Nega, the Nitcher, the Schwarzen, none of that. So we know that they have words for black and Negro here. It's not there. So Godby must be, I don't know, man. They must have had some good edibles back then. Godby was, and he's writing in 1930, by the way, if anybody wants to know. So either way, even if they were black Negroes, converted Jews, as Godby seems to be trying to posit, doesn't help because he's just saying black people were the slaves of Jews in Iberia, got converted, went on the mainland and converted everybody else. If you take my interpretation, which is the one where most authors say these are the children, and the children went there. The 2000s, some of them died, some of them were involved in the sugar mills, some of them mixed with black people, right? Because even in this translation, it says going cross with native blood induced and promoted decomposition of strain peculiarity, right? So they're crossing with natives there. So take what you will, but it doesn't say Negro children. I think his source got an interesting perspective about black people being converted. I don't think that's the true narrative though. So let's keep moving on. I want to move fast because I know we've been doing this. We usually go for a long time. Let's move fast. All right, so Tazarah, he's gonna talk about. He mentions this source, right? Let's see if I can make the screen larger by Xing this out. Nope. All right. So this source here is from Jonathan Schorsch, page 181. Jews in the early modern world, page 181, and footnote 78 is going to give us the primary.
Jews and blacks.
Right, Jews and blacks in the early modern world, page 181. And we're going to use footnote 78 to give us the primary. So he quoting a part in the book where in London, they saying that Jews, basically they're implying Jews are black because they're saying that to look like a Jew, you would need to rub yourself with a walnut husk, right? So I'm going to read the quote. As late as 1753, during the debate in England over that year's Jewish Naturalization Act, one polemicist suggested that anyone who wanted to look Jewish should rub herself with walnut husks to fix such an indelible hue and make you complete olive beauties with a lively complexion like that of the Negro. Matter of fact, Faithful, I forgot to read something. Is it okay that I read something before I go on with that? Faithful? Faithful, you there? Okay. Let's see here. I wanted to read, if you all could hear me, I wanted to read this part here. This is page 118 by Edith Bruder. I'm going to try to do this fast, right? The presence of, the presence of Jewish traders and mixed race traders living with African communities in the island on the West African coast seems to be a short chapter in the history of these regions. In the context of the merging and blending of Iberian, Moorish, Jewish, and African peoples, Portuguese Lancado Jews may have introduced a certain degree of knowledge of Judaism in the Creole culture. So this was like pertaining to the Siete Partis thing. I didn't want to leave that out. So this, y'all get this source. This has to do with Lancados. This has to do with like, Judaism in West Africa. So back to what I was saying. So he quotes a source that says, they're saying you have to rub yourself with walnut husks to look like a Jew. The source is some considerations on the naturalization of the Jews, 1753. Was it EJ? Right? And so I found the source, right? Here by J.E. Gent. Some considerations of the
and this is one that he's like to misuse, that Tazarah has liked to misuse with people.
Let me take a swig of water because I'm like fumbling all my words, man. My mouth is dry. So this is the source he got that from. So all right, so give y'all some information regarding this. The Jews had gotten kicked out of England in 1290. Some Sephardic Jews trickled in between that period, but for the most part, they didn't really want Jews there. They had to be quiet about their Judaism. So at some point, they were getting ready to become naturalized again. They were able to become citizens, and people had things to say about it. So around this time, this fella here, J.E. Gent, had something to say. I guess he was opposed or was disgruntled. So I'm going to read what he's saying to give context. Now, as I doubt not, but we shall soon have a good number of new fellow subjects. He's talking about the Jews. Suppose we toss up whether we shall be all Jews or Gentiles. For what signifies having so many opinions? And I am sure if the Jews have no more religion than they that gave their votes for the bill, It is not a cherry stone matter which side it falls on. But if it falls to our turn to be Jews, he's talking about the British people, I'll have a priest to circumcise me because they have the lighter hand. Then, certainly, as they are a welcome people, the town will bring up some new fashions in honor of the Jews. So the people are going to, I guess, try to, in honor of the Jews coming in, this is him being kind of sarcastic. We're going to get some new fashions. Stay. We'll search for precedents. So he said, wait here. We'll search for some of the things that the Jews had beforehand, In King William's time were Roman noses. So now this author that he's saying, that's about the lampoon, the skin color of the Jews, he's saying that in the time of King William's, that the Jews were known for having Roman noses, right? In Queen Anne's time, there were rosy faces. And I'm going to show you Roman noses and rosy faces and what people usually have those features, right? But for the coming of the Jews, we must have something new. The men to wear artificial beards of several sorts, like the old women's setting flowers, some like a little round ring, some pecked down from the chin, some plain, right? So he gives you the characteristics of Jews in the past, right? And I'm going to show you rosy cheeks, Roman noses. There you go. Now, I'm not trying to be disrespectful and shoot down every time you mention a source. I got to go to white people, but it is a fact that although there are some black people in Africa, specifically like Northern Africans and some people like the Hutus and stuff that can exhibit these traits, this is usually shown in these European looking people, these European looking Jews. You see Ramses here, you got it. And ain't nobody, you ain't gonna tell me no real super dark skinned African got rosy cheeks. This is a complete characteristic of Europeans. Now, Roman noses, you might be able to say, oh, well, you have some Africans, and this is an African, although he could be heavily mixed because we know the Egyptians mixed a lot. They have the Roman, and they mix with a lot of people from the Middle East that had these features as well. But that's just it, man. Rosy cheeks and Roman noses were physical characteristics of the Jews during the time of King William and King Anne. Both of these traits are rare. They're not excluded from black people, but I'm saying they're rare to non-existent in sub-Saharan Africans. I'm not saying that you can't find the Roman nose. I don't know about no rosy cheeks on no dark-skinned people. You have to show me that. I've never seen that. So let's get back to his source. Now let's get to the crux of it, right? Women, like their great-grandmothers, must fill it up their hair before and wear false hair behind. See, black women wear weave. No, I ain't gonna. But that's called a shaitel, actually. Jewish women actually do that. They wear like a Jewish wig called a shaitel. The men and women must both learn to leer. That means like stare evilly at people, like squint their eyes. But they that can't leer gently may learn to squint, and they may do as well. Then, in order to bring the skin to a lively complexion like that of a new Negro from the coast of Guinea, as walnuts are coming in, take the peeling and carefully rub the flesh night and morning for 3 weeks together. Afterwards, rub yourselves with a flesh brush. It will make it shine exactly like the back of an old bass viol. So the back of an old bass violin is dark, right? He's saying take walnuts, rub your skin, get a lively complexion, like a Negro from Guinea, right? And will fix such an indelible, or like indelible is like like hard to take off, or you cannot take off. You'll fix such an indelible hue that will not come off in 6 weeks. With all the water and soap, you can use it. And this in order to make you complete olive beauties. Olive beauties. This is an exaggeration of olive skin. Don't believe me? I'll show some olive people. So they're exaggerating. This is what they're trying to say the Jews should look like, this dark.
Wait, say that one more time. Please say that one more time.
It's an exaggeration of olive skin. It says you're going to do all of this. You're going to rub yourself with
to be complete
walnuts,
olive
beauties. They didn't say to be complete black beauties, to be complete African beauties, to be complete tawny and all that stuff like that. It says olive. We know what olive look like. And I'm going to show you some idea of olive skin people. So it's made jest of up here. It made jest of their features, nose, skin tone. And what have we been stressing? That Jews occasionally, every now and then or whatever, they have, I guess they can get some kind of tan or whatever. They're known as swarthy or whatever. This is an exaggeration of that. If the people are olive, they're doing all of this as an exaggeration of their skin tone, right? It's olive skin, olive skin, olive skin, olive skin. They might be even lighter than that. Olive skin. But if you don't believe me, I'll just show before. I'll show an image before what Jews looked like, right up to their initial expulsion in 1290.
Well, I got some olive people coming up in my presentation, man. Wait until you see.
Jews in England, 13th to 19th century. Now, this upper margin of the Exchequer receipt roll, Hillary in Eastern terms. This is 1233 AD, almost 60 years before Jewish expulsion from England. Prominent Jews of the Testament. You can't try to say, oh, these are anybody. These are anybody. Because I've read articles on this where this was explained. This in detail was explained what this is. This is a receipt roll, right? From the 13th century, 60 years before they got kicked out of England, right? Prominent Jews of the time, such as Moshe Mokay, his name is barely visible, circled in red. So I here, y'all can't see it, but it said is an M-O kind of K-E. Their names out here. These people are actual people, right? During this time, they were being like criticized. It's like a doodle in a newspaper at the time, but this is a receipt roll. This person's name I can't read, but it's written here. They were able to actually make out who this person is. So this is a Jew. See his beard. This is a Jew. This is a Jewish woman. These are like demons or jesters. This person may not be a Jew, right? So it has Mose Mokay and Isaac D. Norwick. Look these people up. These are actual people in the 13th century. They are drawn. The source is from the National Archives of London, right? And the Jews in London, this is the name of it, the Exchequer receipt roll. It's in the National Archives, 13th century. Jews are depicted prior as non-blacks, right? Prior as non-black people. These are not black people. These are Jews. These are the names of the Jews that they're talking about. So they're exaggerating the skin tone of Jews. These are the features they had in the past. This is what they're trying to say they would look like. Yeah, if you want to look like a Jew, rub your skin and look like that. I'll show you something else. Prior to the Jews coming back into England, I'll show you another Jew, right? Okay. Rodrigo Lopez, and this is the source here. A thankful remembrance of God's mercy. They have all these long titles back then, right? Of Queen Anne. This is by George Carleton, 1559 to 1628. I think that might be his lifespan. But we on page 163, right? It's going to talk about Rodrigo Lopez, a Jew in England during the 16th century, allegedly conspired to poison Queen Elizabeth. He is depicted in this 1627 book over 130 years before the Jewish Naturalization Act in 1753, right? So it's going to talk about them mentioning his plot to kill the queen, right? Don Antonio, their king, who was fled into Portuguese for succor, was taken by Queen Elizabeth and delivered to King Antonio, and their letters were intercepted, whereby it appeared upon examination and bolting out the matter that they had practiced with the King of Spain, not only to do away with King Antonio, but also to take away Queen Elizabeth's life by poison, and that by the means of Dr. Lopez, a Jew, the Queen's physician, for 50,000 crowns promised him, and to be paid by the instruments of the Spaniard, right? Don Antonio discovered by a letter sent to Dr. Lopez and a little piece of paper wrapped in a handkerchief intercepted by the king. Lopez, his stiff denial of his privity to this treason against King Antonio, brings out by good examination made by the commissioners and by several confessions of his confederate. Not only that, but his intended treachery against Queen Elizabeth. Now, to tell you something about him, this is from the bl.uk. This is information extracted from the article on Lopez. This tells you that he's a Marrano. So he's before the Jews come back in, right? This is a Marrano living in London. Though he is described by Carleton as Dr. Lopez, a Jew, Lopez was actually a Marrano, one who claimed to be a Christian to avoid persecution. Since the Jews were expelled from England in 1290, they were unable to practice their faith openly, right? Lopez was a prominent member of a circle of 80 to 90 Portuguese Marranos living in London at the end of the 16th century. So that means he's a Sephardic Jew. Lopez's Jewish origin seems to have been quietly accepted until he was suspected of conspiracy, right? Boom. So you can see James Shapiro, Shakespeare and the Jews, 72 to 73. And I'm going to show you in the book now, page 164, right? Lopez, compounding to poison the queen. This is how they drew Lopez. Page 164 shows Rodrigo Lopez, a Portuguese Jew or Marrano. Elizabeth's personal physician, was drawn and courted in 1594 for allegedly conspiring to poison the queen. And this book was in 1620. Let me go back. Book was in 1627. You know what that means? It's 2 years after the death of King James. That means the Jacobites are still in power. His son is on the throne. His family is on the throne. You can't say it's whitewashed because it's during the time period where his people are still on the throne. Why would they let a book out showing Jews looking like this if they whitewashing? This is Lopez, right? Y'all find this book, blow this image up so you can see. Right? There's two people in here. Neither one of them are black or Negroid. We're gonna show some more Jews in the around the time of the naturalization, right? This is Samson Gideon. He was a Sephardic. This is a Sephardim, a Sephardic Jewish banker who was active in the 18th century London. Gideon is most prominently known for his financing of the Hanoverian Whig government suppression of the Jacobite rising of 1745. So this is a Sephardic Jew going against the Jacobites, subsequently becoming a trusted advisor of the government who supported the passage of the Jew Bill of 1753. Of course, it would let him and his people come in. There's more. Isaac and Benjamin Disraeli, father and son, Sephardic Jews living in London after the 1753 Naturalization Act. These are Sephardic Jews, the people that they say are dark and black. After, these are the people that was allowed to come in, right? Let's see what they say about the Jews in London. Source is an essay on the causes of the variety of complexion and figure in the human species, Samuel Stanhope Smith, 1788, page 36. So this is some 30 years after they got naturalized, right? What does it say about the Jews? Descended from one stock, prohibited by their most sacred institution from intermarrying with other nations, and yet dispersed according to the divine predictions into every country on the globe, this one people is marked with the colors of all. Fair in Britain. Fair in Britain. They're fair. And Germany. Brown in France and Turkey. They're swarthy in Portugal and Spain. That's consistent with everything, right? Olive in Syria and Chaldea. Tawny or copper colored in Arabia and Egypt. Now, Olada Ekiano, y'all see me talk about this. Man, I just destroyed this word. I'm not going to do too much with Olada Ekiano. He lived amongst the Jews. They always use him to say that the Igbo Jews, they use his account. So, I mean, what he says, the difference between the color of the Igboan Africans and the modern Jews, this is in the 18th century after they get naturalized. So if he has to tell you the difference between the color, that tell you right there, he's black, they're white, right? Simple, very simple. I don't have to even spend a lot of time there. We go back to John Badeau, right? Now, John Badeau, who was a product of his time, right? Has nothing to do with his inability to find the Jews in Jordan. This is what he says about the English during his time. Now, John Badeau lived, he lived, I think, did I have it? 1826 to 1911. So this is what he's going to say about the Jews during the time he lived in England, right? And I'm quoting Tudor Parfit's article, Are Jews Black? The color of skin was a minutely studied subject in the 19th century. One of the greatest authorities on pigmentation was the Englishman John Badeau. He had served with distinction. I'm going to skip down, right? He talks about the eye and hair color. One of Badeau's achievements was to create a meticulously annotated index of nigricence of the population of Great Britain. Jews scored fully 100% on his nigricent index. So people of the 18th century, the 19th century, because these fellas went on to, this is the 19th, they went on to live in the 1800s, the 19th century. People like this scored 100 on the nigricence index. These are pictures of these fellas. These are who John Badeau is saying, oh, they're very similar to niggers underneath the skin, the pigment underneath the skin, right? So he did a whole study on Jews in Britain. We know what they look like. I showed you pictures, and they scored 100% on his nigricence index, right? I'm gonna keep going. I wish I could play this, but we just gonna get past. So here, he pretty much jumbles this up, this source for Africa, containing what is of most use on page 39. He's gonna read from this side of the page and try and hear about Judaism being the religion of ancient Africans, and which is really a blank statement. Which Africans? What time period? All of them? We know that. We know it can't be all of them. He's gonna try to hear about. He's gonna try to take the mention of Negro Land, Guinea, and Cape of Good Hope and tie that in with this sentence here, and then jump to this other side of the page. So right here on page 39, it simply says that we shall treat of the blacks when we come to Guinea, Negro Land, and the Cape of Good Hope, where they inhabit. Leo says, now this is a whole different sentence. It ends right there, period. Leo says there are other kingdoms on the south frontiers of this country. What is the country that he's talking about? Previously, before he started trying to mention Negro Land, that was going to be mentioned later. Got to go to page 38 to find out. I highlighted it for y'all. Page 38. And my spelling is still crazy. The previous page 38 ended on the topic of Berbers in East. Sorry. East Barbary. After a brief mention of a pending discussion on Black Africa, Judaism is mentioned in Upper and Lower Ethiopians are said to have practiced it. Negro land isn't explored until page 330, Guinea page 368, and Cape of Good Hope page 575. So we see here at the end of page 38 is saying that Barbara and Namibia were first people, about 5 colonies of Sabians who came there, 600 families of Berbers. They first inhabited the east part of Barbary. And Barbary is a part of North Africa. It's several countries, but it's like in North Africa and Northwest Africa. And we're called Berbers, blah, blah, blah. So we see where it comes down here. It finished talking about the language mixed with many Arabian words. So much for the whites. Now, I don't know if he means that the Berbers are white. There certainly are some fair-skinned Berbers. I didn't care to show any pictures. But it ends that sentence from here and begins another sentence that gives like a precursor to a discussion that's going to happen about these parts of West Africa. We shall treat of the blacks when we come to Guinea and Negro Land and Cape of Good Hope, where they inhabit. Then he goes back. Leo says that there are other kingdoms on the south frontiers of this country, which are inhabited by a rich, industrious, and just sort of people. Judaism was the religion of the ancient Africans for a long time and succeeded by Christianity, right? So when I'm just showing that this part right here doesn't pertain to this part. When you go further down, we're going to see who he's talking about. This might be too small for y'all to see. So I think I blew it up for y'all. But he went from here to talking about this to ignore all of this and go all over here. So let me blow it up for y'all. Those of Ethiopia worship the Lord of heaven. This is on that same side of the page, just at the bottom. Right? Those of Ethiopia worship the Lord of heaven before the Queen of Sheba went to Solomon to be instructed in the law of Moses and the prophets. When they embraced Judaism, as did also some of the inhabitants of Lower Ethiopia who continued in it till they were taught Christianity by the Queen of Candace's eunuch, who was baptized by Philip. So it's telling you that the Ethiopians pretty much took on Judaism. These are the people that they're talking about, right? But when he jumps to this other side of the page right here, when he tried to connect it, I'm going to show y'all what he's talking about, right? because this book right here basically extrapolates a lot from John Ogilvy. Africa being an accurate description on page 34. From this book, it basically takes from John Ogilvy's book on page 34 of his book, right? It says the present inhabitants of Africa are partly strangers and partly natives. You know, some of the Jews who inhabit both sides of the river derive themselves from Abraham. And we see the same thing. Some natives, meaning some native Africans, some black people boasting to be Jews of Abraham's seed on both sides of the river Niger. Others are Asian strangers, meaning non-blacks in Africa, claiming this, who fled either from desolation of Jerusalem by Vespasian or Judea wasted and depopulated by Romans, Persians, Saracens, and Christians, or else such as came out of Europe when they were banished. Out of parts of Italy, 1342, Spain, 1462. We know that time period is kind of off because the Jews left Spain in 1492. They went to Portugal, something like that. They went from Spain to Portugal. They didn't come to Africa in 1462. As a matter of fact, the Portuguese were the one who penetrated Africa. The Spanish didn't. And they didn't start importing people to the end of like 1490s, right? So these dates are questionable, but let's take it. It says the Low Countries, 1350, France, 1403. When did France discover Africa in 1403? Out of England in 1422. I'm just saying, look at these time periods. Right. I'll take the argument, but what we see is this book basically is taking a lot from this book. So this is The Black Jews of Africa by Edith Bruder, page 116. Right. So it talks about, let's see here. All right. We'll go to page 116. So this was still talking about the children, right? I'll come back to this. I'm going to go further down the page, right? Because those children, Tazarah, if you're watching at this point of the video, these children or the Jews, they did all right where they was at, right? So I guess I do need to read this right quick, right? Francisco de Lemos Coelho on the description of the coast of Guinea indicates that many Jews born in Portugal lived there, owning very large houses, and went there to practice their religion because the kings of the country protected them, and in fact because they could not be punished. So the Jews were so if he thinks they were all just slaves and lowly, they were openly practicing their religion at points. Coelho also reports that in Rufisque, Senegal, many Jews, some of whom came from the north, owned trading houses, and that they were rather disdained by both Africans and residents. They also paid more taxes than other whites. They're white because they pay more taxes than other whites. Why didn't it just say they paid more taxes than the white people? They said the other whites, right? So it's inclusive of the Jews being white. But they were resigned to do so in order to live according to their laws. They left descendants in this country resulting from relations with negresses who were Jewish like themselves. Sorry. So the white Jews had children with negresses who were Jewish like themselves. But thanks to divine mercy, they converted to the Catholic Church in my time. Among the travelers who noted a Jewish presence on the coast of Guinea, John Ogilvy wrote in a book on Africa published in 1679, right? Many Jews, it'll say here, many Jews are scattered over this region. Some natives boasting of Abraham's seed inhabit both parts of the river Niger. Others are Asian strangers who fled there. So it appears that he's looking at the descendants of the Lancados. Yeah. See, a lot of those writers, when they talk about the Jews in the same portion of Africa, they're running into the same communities of people, right? We see in Senegal, the Jews was there. We see in Sao Tome, Cape Verde, they were there, and they took women. And yeah, the people got darker and darker. I showed that in all my sources. So when you show me, Ogilvy coming in 627 or 6 whatever, that's like almost like over 100 something years after they come in the 1490s and start taking African women. So that's all consistent here. So when he shows this particular part right here on this side, reading this, now of course we don't account for these European Jews, but we don't need to. They're coming from Europe. We know what those people look like. We know what Jews in England look like. We know what, I mean, do I have to go show the Haggadahs, the Spanish Haggadahs of Jews? Do we need to show the people in France and Italy? We got all of that stuff. Matter of fact, I can refer y'all to the site where y'all can look at all of those people at various time periods, right? So, yeah, so I've seen that. Exiles didn't exist there as slaves for the most part. Dilemos reported that they enjoyed certain freedom. So when the children got deported here, Francisco Colo, he asserts that afterwards the Jews who lived in this island enjoyed a certain freedom. They are assigned the introduction of cocoa in Prince Island and Sao Tome, and without real evidence, some local dietary restrictions, right? So MDW Jeffries, an official who completed an assignment in the region in 1936, he reported that there existed a small group indistinguishable from the others. So they're mixed in, right? But who claimed a separate origin. They claimed to be Jewish. The names were not particularly Jewish, and though their males were circumcised, they did not set them apart, right? They were also light complexion. MDW Jeffries went there and seen that. So they did all right. They didn't just stay slaves like that, right? Many Jews born. I read this part right here. I read that. I read Ogilvy. Natives, boom. Yeah. So he's astonished of the idea that Sephardic Jewish exiles could be both victims and victimizers via slave trading. Has he not considered African tribes like the Akwamu, Akan, Timneh, and more were both victims and victimizers? Like, come on, bro. Then he goes to, we are now at the point. He went straight to Wiki. He just said, F it. He just, in the battle where all your attacks can't beat the main character, you just pull out your main attack. He just put out the nuclear missile and forget it. I'm using Wikipedia. We are now at the point that they are directly quoting from Wikipedia in the scholarly discussion. He neglects to read parts of the article where it's clear that these Lancados, whom his source Godby questions their being Semitic, made mixed race offspring with Black African women. So I wish I could show you where he read at in the video, but he only read like up to like right here or something like that. But we see the Lancados, many were Jews, new Christians escaped persecution. They took African wives from local ruling family, securing protection. They established clandestine trading networks, and so it's telling him right here. So if he wondering how did the Jews could be slaves and then they got out of it and then they start being slave masters and stuff, it's telling you they established clandestine trading networks and weaponry, spices, and oftentimes enslaved people. This is ridiculous. I got to answer a bunch of new claims. He didn't answer mine, but he get to throw out Wikipedia at me, man. I don't like that. Right? Although never in large numbers of mixed race children born to, so this kills it. Mixed race children, they're white men, African women, mixed race children born in Lancados and African wives, concubines, crucial intermediaries between Europeans and Native Africans. Mixed race people wielded significant power. The children got power. You don't believe they get power, the children are mixed with the blacks, so they can go talk to the African kings. They can speak the language. They can be both. They can be the in-between, the go-between. This is ridiculous. Just gonna skim past some of this stuff. Like, majority of Lancados were legally or self-exiled to Africa. Oh, so that means the Jews could just choose to go there. They didn't have to be slaves. They could self-exile. They could actually say, you know what? All right, I will go to Sao Tome. I'll go there. You done took some of my family there. I'll go there. So you can self-exile there, Tazarah, including Jews and new Christians escaping Portuguese Inquisition and persons called degradados, right? Serving out legally imposed exiles, right? And they saying some of them was Spanish, Greek, or Indian, right? So, yeah, like, come on, man. It was uncommon for male Lancados to bring Portuguese or other white women with them to Africa. Instead, they took African wives or concubines, fathering African Portuguese children with them. Some individual Lancados lived so long with African people that they integrated into local cultures, abandoning their previous Portuguese identities. I would say that those are the Tango Males. So, look, this is the end, right? Lancados supported and acted as intermediaries for increasing French English, and Dutch trading along the West Coast. Lancados and their descendants controlled local commerce in the inland regions of Guinea. So he's not reading the dang Wikipedia article. He just wanted to read like 2 sentences. He's cherry picking. As the quantity of white Portuguese migrants declined from the 17th century onward, Lancado descendants with mixed European and African blood began outnumbering solely white people. These mulattoes or mesticos became a socio-cultural elite. Lancado's decline in importance started in the 18th century when Portuguese monarchy assumed direct colonial control. Right. It cut out their intermediary role in the slave trade. So we know that they were traders. We know they went all slaves. They got out and they had some stuff. So sorry, man. Like this is Cape Verde, right? This is from Black Jews of Africa by Edith Bruder, page 114. This is gonna refer to Cape Verde. The Cape Verde Islands, which had been discovered between 1445 1462, were from 1472 essentially a slave trading place, right? Despite the important role of Portuguese Jews in commerce, navigation, and cartography of Africa, as early as 1480, they faced profound oppression during the Spanish and Portuguese Inquisition when they became termed Marranos or Judeos Segredos, secret Jews. It was, however, in 1492 that Spanish Inquisition developed its fullest expression of anti-Semitism. So we see King Manuel over here. 1496, King Manuel exiled thousands of Jews to Sao Tome, Principe, and Cape Verde. Those who were not expelled were converted by force or executed. In the 16th century, during the persecution of the Jews in Portugal, an entire colony came to Cape Verde, right? Despite their exile. Now, listen, this is important, Tazarah, because I've been wanting to make this point. I hope I'm getting this across. Despite their exile or degradado status, the small number of Europeans and Jews residing in Cape Verde were allowed to engage in trade as long as they did not compete with the royal trade monopolies. The crown in the 16th and 17th century encouraged the traders, converts, or expelled Jews from Portugal to settle along Senegambia and Upper Guinea coast to trade for ivy, hides, slaves, gold, gum, wax, and amber while based in Cape Verde. Those traders, usually called Lancados, were often, but not always, of Jewish origin. So they're often Jews, not always, but they're often Jews. And they were given permission to do the slavery and all that stuff. So they're given permission by the crown. They're not all slaves, dude. They're given stuff, right? The greatest number of Lancados were Jews. In 1614, the governor of Cape Verde recorded that the greatest number were Jews, right? Cape Verde. And they were already known in jail as early as 1591, and a synagogue was noted there in 1641 by George de Castilho, the governor of Cape Verde. Slaves don't really be getting no chance to build no synagogue for their religion. They'd be too busy being slaves. What were we given the time here in the Americas to build a voodoo hut or something, or like this? No. In 1606. There were 100 Portuguese following the laws of Moses, right? That's according to Father Baltazar Barrera. In 1622, the Cape Verdean governor, Dom Francisco de Moura, reported to the Portuguese king that the Guinea coastal rivers were full of Jews who were masters of the local regions and were quite independent of the crown. So there ain't all slaves, and you got to ask how they're prosperous. We see that they're given the ability to trade. We see that they're being masters in West Africa. They're taking slaves. They're trading goods. So I suggest you read The Black Jews of Africa by Edith Bruder. It has a lot of gems in here. And we're going to skim through the rest of this because I got to let Faithful get on to his, because I've been talking for a long time and some of this stuff y'all seen before. But I really appreciate y'all letting me ramble, get beat up by the English language, pick the wrong slides, and stumble along in this presentation. You guys are awesome for even putting up with me. Right? So I showed y'all Walter Rodney about the Lancados. Right? A significant portion of the Lancados were victims of another kind of oppression, anti-Semitism. Large numbers of whites in Cape Verde Islands and on the coast were either gente Nicao or Christian novos. That is to say, either Jews or forcible apostles to Christianity. Right? So the large numbers of whites were Christian novos or gente Nicaos. These are Jews. That's Walter Rodney, A History of the Upper Guinea Coast, page 148. This is page 451 of the same book. As the lineal descendants of the Lancados, the Afro-Portuguese had their principal function, that of purveyors of goods to European ships, but the Lancados had been quick to provide their services for the transfer from river to river of commodities, which were of interest mainly to the Africans, well, what does it say? Here too, the African Portuguese followed and probably went further than their predecessors, right? Boom. So we working. So he's talking about the mulattoes. He mentions the same guy, Lemus Coelhos, right? Right? Mulattoes of Recife in the Senegambia, for who sometime followed the religion of their Jewish fathers. Mulattoes following the religion of their Jewish fathers. Right? This is Walter Rodney's book, page 447. And here Tazarah reads him, reading my source. I mean, I would have played the timestamps, man, but we short for time. But he basically butchers this. This is the Golden Trade, Richard Jobson, page 35. Now, I must break of a while from them and acquaint you first of another sort of people we found dwelling, or rather lurking, amongst these Mandingos. Because he tried to show the Mandingos. He tried to show African people and say, oh, look, these are people they're talking about. It says they're lurking amongst the Mandingos, right? And these are, as they call themselves, Portingals. And some few of them seem the same. Others of them are mulattoes, between black and white, but the most part as black as the natural inhabitants. They're scattered, some 2 or 3 dwellers in a place, and are all married, or rather keep with them the country black woman of whom they beget children. So no wonder the mulattoes, who between black and white, most of them are black. They keep marrying black women. Right? It doth manifestly appear that they are such as have been banished or fled away from forth either from Portugal or the isles belonging to that government. These are the Luso-African descendants of the Lancados. This is quite simple, but he tried to run away. I showed all of this before. I'm not gonna spend too much time. This is Sia Lemaire, right? He's talking about, from the negresses whom I married were born of mulattoes, who descended a more swarthy race. They followed the religion of their old masters. They are partly Jews. Same thing. Same thing here. Look, talk about the Mandingos. They reckon themselves as if they were actually white. De la Corbeille. I mean, I've dealt with this in my previous video, so I don't want to waste you all's time. Translation. They call themselves molasters who call themselves Portuguese because they come from a few Portuguese who once lived there. That they come from these Portuguese, right? Let me see, where does it say? They usually have a hat and shirt like Europeans. Although they are black, they nevertheless assert they are white, meaning by that they are Christian like the whites. But we see that they came from the Portuguese previously, right? I showed this. So I'm almost done with my presentation. I'm pretty much done. Like, I mean, here he's showing Tudor Parfit's book. He's reading this, but it's actually making our point. I circled the part. He's not even paying attention what it says right here. Right. Both in the United States and South Africa, Jews were certainly not perceived as white until around the time of the Second World War, which means eventually they did get considered white. But the modern Jews, the people that they're calling converts, they weren't considered white until after the World War. This is self-explanatory, which is why during the time before the Second World War, they're swarthy and dark, right? Jews evolved from blacks. That's why they have big noses and tightly coiled hair. Right? They are part black, right? So if he's reading this, has he not understanding? Has he only reading this? And these fragmentary glimpses drawn from a variety of sources, we can see that Jews were considered to be black. This is killing him. They have a number of African physical qualities. If they're already black, they have it. Not to be considered, they have it. If they are black, right? And ultimately to have a good deal of African blood, right?
That's a good point. That's a really good point, man.
And it's here, and you can see right here that I even screenshotted that he searched this. So he put that in his search. black. And didn't even read what part was right here. He read this and didn't even consider that we make the same points as this stuff right here.
Yeah, he did that. He did that a lot, man. I know the
Yeah,
circle.
yeah. I'm not gonna, I didn't want to bore y'all with these sources I did before that shows the mixing in Africa, but I'm just right here. So again, he quotes it again. He quotes to the Parfit again. The contour, the circle parts are the parts that I circled that he ignored. The context is convex, the eye is longer, fine, the outer angles running towards the temples, the brow, the nose apt to form a single convex line, and the whole physiognomy, when swarthy, as it often is, has an African look. 19th century physical anthropologists in general assumed that Jews had a close racial, that is, blood connection with blacks. So this ain't even saying that they are. It's saying that the same thing the racist dude and the Jew and Negro said, that we come from the same place, so we have an affinity with each other. Assume that Jews had a close racial, that is, blood connection with blacks. The general, and this is the part I think he wanted to read, because this is his little black hand right here. The general consensus of the ethnological literature of the 8th, 19th century was that the Jews were black, or at least swarthy. I agree. That doesn't mean that they are. They were considered that, yes. One such explained the predominant mouth of some Jews being a result of the presence of black blood and brown skin, thick lips, and prognathism. But I'm going to show you that here. What does it say? Predominant mouth of some Jews being a result of the presence of black blood? Maurice Fishberg, page 97, 98. Study of Race and Environment. Figure 39, right here. The mouth is rather large, the lips especially under. Figure 39. Negroid-like. This guy that kind of looked like Prince a little bit. Obviously, he's not a black man, but this is a Jew. This is a perfect example. Would you say? Look at that. And I highlighted more parts that he didn't talk about. In a sense, the appearance of Jews and blacks was constructed in a similar way simply because both Jews and blacks were pariahs and outsiders, right? And in the racialized mind of Europe, this shared status implied that Jews and blacks had a shared look and shared black color. In some cases, Jews were considered black because they were mixed African Judeo race. Come on, Tazarah. Come on, pal. These are Negroid Jews. This is from Maurice Fishberg book. I've showed it before. They considered these Negroids. He's got a problem with the Sephardic Jews in Amsterdam, right? The same Jews in his source Robert Knox compared to African Egyptians. So he's saying they're owning slaves. He got a problem with these Sephardic Jews in Amsterdam owning slaves. But remember when I told y'all earlier he was going to quote somebody that held on to racist beliefs and was in that same book that he tried to say everybody was racist in? Robert Knox. Robert Knox compared to African Egyptians, right? He compared African Egyptians to the Jews of Amsterdam. So I don't see what you got a problem for. You on record. He's actually on record saying that.
Real quick, just one thing real quick. Because you had brought it up earlier. I know you already went through it, but the when he read the article for Lancato.
The wiki?
Yeah, the wiki. So in the same wiki, it said that the Lancatos married black women.
They also said they were slave traders.
Right. You know, I guess he overlooks that stuff, right? All that convenient stuff, it's just overlook it. It's not important because he's too busy cherry picking other things.
It's another screenshot. Now, all of these I was showing up here with his screenshots from his video. So this is what he said. The idea that Jews were black persisted in the 19th century. Robert Knox. See where his cursor is at? His black cursors right here. He was talking about that. Robert Knox. Further quoting Parfit, he mentioned Robert Knox, a 19th century anti-Semite, according to Parfit, who I addressed in my previous video, right? The text mentions modern Jews being considered as black. To even show y'all that he liked dealing with Robert Knox, this is the screenshot from what he should have been putting out, because we beat this up in our last video. That's his name, Tazarah. Here's another source from the 19th century Scottish anatomist, ethnologist Robert Knox, who emphatically states that Jews are not European but are African Asiatic. He uses words like dark, tawny, and yellow colored to describe them, but makes it clear multiple times they're African. All right, fair enough. His source, right here. In the history, this is Robert Knox's book. Right, page 300. In And he gave y'all the source for Robert Knox. Let me make sure. The Races of Men, a fragment by Robert Knox, page 300. That's exactly what I'm showing you right here. In the history of the Jewish, Coptic, and Gypsy races, the great question of the extinction of race has been considered. These races placed by theorists within the so-called Caucasian race, and at the head of the Caucasian family, I consider as belonging to the dark races of men. So they're in the dark races of men. They are African and Asiatic, not European. And I agree. The Jews are, you could say they're Asiatic, or you could try to even say North, I don't know. But they're not European, okay? Nobody says that they start in Europe, fam. Nobody says that. The purest of the Jewish race is a dark tawny yellow colored person. I wonder what that looks like, right? With jet black hair and eyes, seemingly colored. There is no mistaking that race when pure. It is Egyptian, that is African. So he's saying they look like African Egyptians, right? So I'll just move past this. Y'all could focus on this page, screenshot it, pause the video. This is what Tudor Parfit in his book Hybrid Hate has to say of Knox, right? He calls him, I think he called him an anti-Semite. But I didn't have time to look into that because I don't try to disqualify people based on them being product of their time. I try to just deal with, an actual argument.
Right. Real quick, before you go on, I had read an article that actually addresses Knox, and it says that Knox even admitted that his view was the minority view at the time. The majority view of most of the people of his time that did the same thing, same profession, was that according to them, now this is them. Remember, I'm saying, look, matter of fact, let me do something real quick before you show that. Because I know how these guys get down. They're going to try to make it seem like I made this up, right? I made it up and I believe it. And he's now you're saying that the Jews are Caucasians and all this other stuff. Now, this is literally what I read last time. If I could just...
You going to share your screen?
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen right now.
Are you sharing now?
I'm about to share.
Okay, so you took me off sharing.
All right, here we go. All right, this is the paper that I shared last time. The Jewish Blackness Thesis Revisited by Ron HaHokan, Department of Literature, Tel Aviv University, Tel Aviv, Yafo, Israel, right? Of course, they're going to say, oh, those are the so-called Jews. Look, why are you using the so-called? Well, the thing is, he's bringing out information. And to reject the information is to commit the genetic fallacy. So deal with the information, right? I'm going to go down here. Here we go. So the same thing that you quoted, right, from Knox, that, the racial feature, no mistaking when it is pure, it is Egyptian, that is African, right? But look what it says right here. However, Knox himself admits that the Jews were placed by theorists with the so-called Caucasian race and at the head of the Caucasian family. This is Knox's own thing. It's Robert Knox, The Races of Man, 1850, page 300. Indeed, none of the major race theorists of the late 18th century and 19th century shares Knox's views. The scholar's polygenicist Lord Camus brings the white Jews of Cochin as evidence against climactic determinism, even though they had lived in India since time immemorial. They have the same, quote unquote, same complexion as they have in Europe. This is according to him. For the French naturalist Georges Cuvier, just like Lawrence mentioned above, the Jews were part of the quote-unquote Caucasian variety of man. Now, how is this the case? And they're saying this about Sephardic Jews too, by the way. How is that the case that the Sephardic Jews are actually, truly black folk? The American skull researcher Samuel George Morton considers the Jews to be part of the Arabian family. He stresses that the black Jews of Cochin are, quote, are not Jews by nation, but only by conversion. And of course, this is from his book. And again, these are what these guys thought. The Swiss-American biologist Louis Agassiz, insists upon the property of considering Genesis as chiefly relating to the history of the white race with special reference to the history of the Jews. And there you see the reference. And last but not least, for the two most prominent American race theorists of the 19th century, Josiah Clark Knott and George Gildon. The Jewish people furnish so striking an example of the permanence of a Caucasian type. The Jewish skin may become more fair at the north and more dark at the tropics than in the land of promise. But even here, the limit of change stops far short of approximation to other types. In the broader context of the science of race, Knox's was clearly a minority position. Now, I'm not saying that any of these people were right. I disagree with everybody here, including Knox. So I disagree with those guys that said that the Jews were Caucasian, and I disagree with Knox for saying what he said. But the point is, the fact of the matter is that Knox's view was a minority position. So if anybody's going to try to take his view, well, they're going to encounter issues, from these old sources. But I'm going to go ahead and reshare your screen so you can finish up.
Yeah, because I'm almost done on this end. I'll let you know, we being simulcasted on Squad. You know that?
Yep. Shout out.
You got 100 people over there watching.
I appreciate that. Yep.
Because they love us. Let me know when I'm sharing again, son.
Yep, you're sharing now.
So again, I'm showing this the screenshot I showed earlier. You see what he said. Thank you. I had a feeling that his work was included in that book with the Hamitic Hypothesis Guide because they all shared the same views about black people. Well, Robert Knox is right here in the same book, pal. So if they are racist, you're quoting a racist. You're guilty of what you're trying to say I'm doing, Tazarah. Oh, that Tazarah. When are you gonna learn? So, all right, so let me show y'all Robert Knox, and I'm gonna finish up. Knox compares modern Jews in Amsterdam to Ramses. His comparison of Jews with African Egyptians. This is from Tudor Parfit's Hybrid Hate, page 190. But he's just explaining what Knox did. So he said Knox really didn't like the Jews, right? So that's him right here. Y'all can take this, but I went further. I went to Knox's book, the primary, because that's what I be liking to do. If I could get the primary, I will. And if I quote a secondary, I'll tell you a secondary. So instead of me having to let Tudor Parfit do it, I'll go straight to his book. This is Knox's own source. Robert Knox is comparing the present Jewish race, modern Jews, to ancient Egyptians, saying the Jewish race, when pure, is Egyptian African. This is Race as a Man, page 126.
Including the Jews that these guys reject.
One of the most remarkable monuments of Coptic antiquity, that when he say Coptic, he means Egyptian, is now in the British Museum. I mean, the head of the young Memnon. That's what they was calling the Ramses, young Memnon, as it is called, although it really be the bust of Amenhotep II. I don't even know if that's Amenhotep II. Or if it might be, and I might be wrong. Either way, he's an Egyptian pharaoh, right? Its antiquity is vast. It has survived thousands and thousands of years of this most remarkable bust, the highest work perhaps of antique Egyptian sculpture. I shall speak in the history of the Jewish race. I think I skipped too fast. But the land of Egypt still abounds with its ancient monuments. The race was quite peculiar and was, I think, African, or at least allied to the African races. The mouth and lips all but prove this. Nevertheless, their identity with a great section of the present Jewish race cannot be doubted. The present Jewish race. Robert Knox is writing in 1850. Bedeau is around this time. Bedeau is around this time. I showed y'all the same Jews that hit the Negress index. The white Jews that I showed y'all back there, these are the same kind of people walking around in London and Britain, right? Nevertheless, the identity with a great section of the present Jewish race cannot be doubted. The young Jew of London or Amsterdam might readily sit for a likeness of the bust of Amenhotep. So the modern British people, my goodness, this is 1850. He's saying the young Jew of London or Amsterdam might readily sit for a likeness of him. This guy thinks that that these white folks, these Europeans, look like Egyptians for whatever reason. So let's go to page 137, right? Thus, I learnt that originally the ancient Copt and a large section of the Jewish people were one and the same race, with slight differences, however, which the Egyptian sculpture knew how to caricature. I'm gonna go in detail. Let me see if I can go in detail. All right, I'm gonna go back to Tudor Parfit. What should I read? I repaired. This is up here. This is Knox, page 136. I repaired to the museum. Parfit is quoting him, 136. Where again, contemplating the bust of the young Memnon, new light broke out once in my view. It seemed to me that I had at one time or another even lately seen persons who might have set to a sculpture for the likeness of the head of the Coptic prince, that the precise features and forms, even to the most perfect resemblance of look, were found to this day unaltered in Britain, that the Coptic blood, or at least a race analogous, remain unadulterated and strongly affiliated even to this day here in Britain. This fact, for such I felt convinced it was, excited in my mind the deepest reflections. So he went to, now Tudor Parfit is telling you, he decided at some point he should visit Amsterdam. This is the same Amsterdam that where they hold black slaves at in the 17th century that Tazarah is questioning. These are white people. How could the Jews be persecuted, be owning slaves? It's because he has a presupposition that they were already black. But that's not the truth. So Knox went to Amsterdam, right? Soon as I began to suspect that I had seen persons in the streets of London from whose face the sculptor might have modeled the bust of the Memnon, I became more anxious to visit the Jew quarter of Amsterdam, where I was told I should meet with 10,000 Israelites, male and female, walking about, or in collected groups apart, to a certain extent from the other race. That other race, the Saxons, strongly contrasted with the Jew. Now, we know what Jewish people and British people look like, Anglo-Saxons and Jews. We know they're both Caucasian-looking, dark hair, fair-skinned people. He's saying that they strongly contrasted, and this is 1850. So look at the people there, and you tell me. He said, having repaired to the quarter of the city occupied by this race in Amsterdam, I found the synagogue open and crowded. Divine worship was going on, the people standing in crowds around the high altar. It was not proper to take off the hat. Sorry, that's my alarm. I'm overtime. Near me, almost within reach, stood a youth about 16, and not far from him others, the perfect likeness of the young Memnon. So he goes in an Amsterdam synagogue and sees Jewish youths, and he said he's seen the perfect likeness of what he's seen in that Egyptian sculpture. So we're going to show y'all what the people of Amsterdam look like. Right? Perfect likeness. In that fixed look, nothing could be seen more than in that statue. He's talking about the people there. So that's Memnon. That's younger Memnon in the British Museum. Knox thought that he's seen likeness with it in Jews in Amsterdam. Now there could be now he got full lips, he got a wide nose. I mean, perhaps just that, but I mean, look at the eye. The Egyptian, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to do lookership. That's what he did. So I'm just showing y'all around that time,
Bunny
right?
rabbit, man. That rabbit.
Herlin Amsterdam Haggadah from 751 on the right. These are Jews of Amsterdam. This is a Haggadah. That's what it's called, the Hurlingen Amsterdam Haggadah from 1751. And was it N.L. Joshua of Wallett's Haggadah on the left, showing Jews of Amsterdam. Now, I don't know if they had a thing about dressing up as bunny rabbits. Maybe this was the Jew. They don't do Easter, do they?
I don't know.
Well,
I would say no. Yeah, probably not. Yeah.
This was quite the fetish here. I know I got the text here, but this is a fair-skinned man. That man up there he's not a black man. This is from 1751 on the right, and this is around the same time on the left. These are the people of Amsterdam. I mean, I don't have like photographs of them, but I'll show you another one. And he's a Sephardic Jew, Manasseh ben Israel, Portuguese Jew in Amsterdam. You have the engraved portrait by Salome Italia, and on the left, the one by Rembrandt.
Real quick.
Both of these pictures were made during his lifetime.
Let me show one real quick, man. This is another one from Amsterdam.
I think I see Memnon. He got kind of like the slanted eyes, right? The nose. Wait a minute.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I got one. Wait, you go. Wait, you gonna show? Go ahead. Do it.
I was just showing Rembrandt, and I'm trying to get into Knox's head because he said that, Tazarah. He said that. Oh, we're gonna go there later, and that'll be the last thing. So what you about to show?
Real quick. Let me just show this right fast.
Go ahead.
All right, let's see if this is Memnon. Y'all tell me this Memnon, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. He might have us fooled, man. That look like Memnon. Hold on. Look, let me zoom in, man. Let me zoom all the way in. Now what that say right there? First of all, circumcision.
Wait, you zooming in on them beat up shoes, man. What's going on?
It's a circumcision in a Sephardic family, Amsterdam, 1668. Now y'all tell me, do that look like Memnon? Any that Memnon? Let me look. Memnon? Maybe
Agamemnon.
Agamemnon. Oh man, look at wait, hold up,
I wouldn't want to eat none of their fried chicken. Be unseasoned. Let me stop.
Y'all see them faces, man. They look like they about to pick up a guitar, man. They look
like they can make the heck out of a mayo sandwich, you know?
Oh man,
hook it
up. Memnon, bro. All right,
Agamemnon. All right, let me do this my last little thing. I'm done. Sit back and let Faithful run it. Let me know when you share my screen.
You good?
It's the last thing, man. We dealt with this too. He keeps going with this argument about swarthy. As I mentioned, Faithless and his buddy. Dan, you get to be called Faithless, and I'm just your buddy. Tazarah, catch up to the tabs. I'm a co-host now. Let's see if Dante make you a co-host. As I mentioned previously, Faithless and his buddy were very adamant about terms like swarthy not being able to be applied to literal Black Negro people. They claim whenever we see that, did I say whenever we see that word? I never said whenever you see that word. It can only be talking about dark Caucasian or tan Caucasian people. But according to sources, that is not the case. Sources, he goes to the dictionary just like I did. According to sources, you got one source as a dictionary. I can use a dictionary. But let's see if my definition of swarthy, that European, that could be, can his definition of swarthy also be applied to Europeans, right? When you go here, swarthy, being a dark hue or husky complexion. See, he's paying attention to this one example, Black as the swarthy African. But let's see. In warm climates, the complexion of men is universally swarthy or Black. In warm climates, the complexion of men is universally swarthy or Black. The Moors, which Black people were a part of the Moors, not all, but a lot of, there were some Black Moors, right? Spaniards, dead right there, because now they're included as swarthy. And Italians, dead right there. They're included as swarthy, are more swarthy than the French, German, and English. Dead. And we even showed us a source where the Germans were said to be dark. Right? But if the Spaniards and Italians are more swarthy than French, German, and English, that even makes it even more interesting that Bedeau is looking at the English and saying that that they have nigger sense, the people there. When we know that they're white people, right? So he looking at this one example and saying, no, it could mean, he actually trying to argue that swarthy can mean Black people. Dude, newsflash, we don't need to show you swarthy Africans. Every time you look at an African, you're looking at somebody swarthy. But right, the range of swarthy will range from dark as the African to just dark, to just not being dark at all. People use words differently. Your definition includes the same people I talked about. In my video, I swore I did a whole thing on the Italians showing how they were called the N-word, right? Spaniards.
Al Capone was called swarthy.
Yeah, but see, then I would be just showing your audience the same stuff over and over again, right? Of course, Negroes are Black people are swarthy, but as I showed in here, Black skin seen in the Jollof inhabiting Senegal can be distinguished from tawny, dark. That's another word they use. Negro Kingdom, where lived the Jollofs. These are people of Senegal whose Black skin distinguished them sharply from the tawny Arabs. The Arabs are dark too. But there's level to this tawny. I mean, to this swarthy thing. I don't understand, right? I showed this source, Jack Forbes, page 10 or 11, Africans and Native Americans, right? As the reader will see, there is hardly a racial term which has a clear and consistent meaning over time and space. For example, the term Indian has been applied to many people, including Indians of South Asia, as well as groups found in West Indies. The term Negro has been applied to Black Africans, the Indians of India. So when they say them, remember when they go into the coaching Jews being called Negroes, this term has been applied to them too. That doesn't mean they're Negroes. Black Africans got called it, Indians, Native Americans. For you Native American people, some of them did. For the Abos, some of them did get called that. Doesn't mean that they're really Negroes. Japanese and slaves of whatever ancestry. Japanese people got called Negro. Black has been used for all of the above and for non-whites in general. For all of these people above and in general for Black people. Black is applied not only to Africans or West Indians, but also for people from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. This is all really India. And even the Latin Americans. For example, a very light-skinned Chilean lady. That's South America. Look at the people in Chile, right? She lived in Oxford, was surprised to be referred to as a Black. Her dark hair, Spanish accent, and immigrant status had caused her to become Black, or at least to some English contacts. I have before me an appeal to drop all charges against Black youth, which refers to the arrest of some young Asians in Bradford during the summer of 1981. The modern British usage reflects very vividly the problem of assuming that English terms such as Black, Negro, mulatto, or colored can be easily interpreted when found in documents of earlier eras. I'm not telling you that there ain't no Black people that's swarthy. What I'm telling you is you have to be careful that they're not talking about someone who is not of African descent being called these terms, because in the past, they used these words differently. They used it weirdly for people who are not our people, being called Black, dark, or even Negro. It's odd to me too, man. But this is how history works. Terms change over time, different meanings. And this is a source that Benaiah Israel used to make the point that mulatto didn't all the time just mean black and white. It was a broad term of mixture. So if you can have a broad term for mulatto, then when you have dark, swarthy, tawny, even Black, you have to be careful during the time period to see what it meant and who it pertains to. It is historically documented that non-Black people have been called dark because they were not white enough to white people. That's how racism, white supremacy worked. People who weren't even Black, if they weren't white enough, they get thrown with us. So I'll just read this last part and I'm going to yield my time. Y'all seen this guy? He called himself swarthy. Walt Whitman, he called himself swarthy. I'm going to read this part. Hebrew Israelites, Tazarah, Dante Fortson. Color, dark skin, swarthy. Having dark or black skin does not make you the ancestors of African Americans or the African diaspora. If ancient Hebrews were in fact the people of color, it makes them no more our ancestors than Dravidians, Aboriginal Australians, Arabs, the Roma people, Southeast Asians, Indigenous Americans, or Negritos. By tracing lineage through your fathers, the Y DNA of Hebrews, Sephardic Jews in particular, should be EM2, E1B1A, or its various subclades. Why? Because more than 60 to 70% of African Americans are that. The same as West, South, Central African tribes taken to America as slaves. If these Jews are dark, it doesn't automatically make them your people. And with that, I'm going to yield. And I'm going to sit here and let Faithful do his thing. Peace to the chat. Peace to Dagger Squad. Peace to everybody watching on Faithful Channel. I love y'all. Thank y'all for bearing with me while I messed up, stumbled, and all that. But I am not going to continue this conversation with these fellas until they address our points or accept a debate on the Sephardic Jews. Peace.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. Real quick, stick around because I need those little slides at the end, man. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, so, I got some time. Look at the time. I got a little time to be here with you.
All right,
I'm gonna be here the whole video. It's just I'm gonna move around in like 30 minutes.
Got you. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and start presenting. Give me a moment. I'm gonna go ahead and do my presentation. Y'all already know what time it is. Let me actually get this. Actually, you know what? I'll just do it this way, man. I'll do it the way you did it, man. I was gonna do it all fancy, man. I'm gonna do it this way. All right, here we go. And we begin the refutation in a moment. So what I'm gonna do is, of course, I'm gonna piggyback off of what 93 already said to y'all. There's gonna be a lot of information that's gonna be brought out. Hopefully, I can get through this very quickly. So this is correcting Tazarah's poor researching methodology yet again. So Tazarah's flawed arguments for the quote unquote black Cochin Jews and his dismissal of white Cochin Jews only serves to magnify his incognizance of the history of both groups, especially when we read that some of these quote unquote white Cochin Jews were the descendants and Portuguese Jews Tazarah asserts are the supposed kin to African Americans. But let's examine both groups for a moment. So this is from the book The Jews of India, a story of three communities by Orpa Sapak, pardon me, page 28. And it reads, beginning in the early 16th century, there was a new migration of Jews to Kerala. Some of the newcomers were Sephardi Jews, direct and indirect refugees from the Spanish and Portuguese expulsions, who came to India by the way of Aleppo, Constantinople, and the land of Israel. Others were from Iraq, Persia, Yemen, and Germany. Some apparently came in family groups, and some men married Jewish women from the quote unquote first families of the Krangranor. In 1568, the Jewish newcomers, who were subsequently called Paradesis, foreigners in that relevant language, built a synagogue of their own next to the Maharaja Palace in Cochin. They adopted that language and identified enthusiastically with the Kerala customs and traditions. But at some point, they stopped. Give me a second. At some point, they stopped marrying the Jews who had been there for many centuries before them. In written accounts, especially Western visitors, Paradesis often were referred to as the quote unquote white Jews, and the more ancient Malabari communities as quote unquote black Jews, though there is not always a clear distinction between them in terms of skin color. Now, I think that's significant because I think it's a bit strange. In fact, what I'm gonna do before I go to this next slide is I'm gonna show you guys what some of these Jews look like. I'm gonna go ahead and show you some images so you guys can get a general idea of what these people would have looked like or what their descendants look like. So this is from Maurice Fishberg's book. I believe the name of this book is called The Jews, A Study of Race and the Environment by Maurice Fishberg. This is page 134. One would be inclined to believe that they, the Cochins, are mixed Jewish blood. Were they not so cruelly maltreated by their white co-religionists, the black quote unquote Jews with the quote unquote white Jews, and treated as black Jews? On the other hand, most of the black Jews are hardly to be distinguished from the native Hindus living on the Malabar coast. In the majority of cases, it can be easily discerned that they are of a mixed origin. Traits of both types are evident among these black Jews. They are kept at a respectable distance and not even permitted to enter the synagogue of the whites, nor do they bury their dead. And here's an example of one of them. So this is figure 91 and 92. Black Jews of India, natives, and gives the relevant district. And I believe these were taken in New York, as it's going to say at the bottom. So they weren't bury their dead in the same cemetery. The Beni Israel dress like the natives, though formerly they used to wear turbans, which they have now largely abandoned for the Turkish fez. Their women wear nose rings and anklets and dress like the Hindu women. The two black Jews reproduced here in these relevant figures up above were photographed in New York. The most curious are the Chinese Jews, who, as can be seen from the photographs on page 137, do not look like the Jews at all, but can easily pass as Chinamen. It has been known for many years that they are native Jews in China from the reports of Jesuit missionaries. And this is going to come up later because I'm going to come back to this point. But what I wanted to show you guys is when we scroll down here, take a look. This thing would scroll. Take a look at these Jews right here. Hold up. Just went too far ahead. Too far ahead. So I got to go back all the way here. And y'all tell me, this is the white Jew of Cochin. White Jew, black Jew. Now, why is that significant? I'm going to explain in a moment, because a lot of these Jews didn't necessarily differ too much in skin color. In fact, I think there's a reference up here in one of these pages that actually says that about the black Jews. So I'm going to start over here, and it's going to say, yeah, here we go. Both groups are divided into two classes, the white and the black Jews. The whites keep aloof and do not associate with their black co-religionists, who are said to be descendants of slaves owned by them. It is also stated that slaves in times bygone used to have to undergo abolition, and the males circumcised before being admitted into the fold of Israel. The physical type of these two classes of Jews has been described by Schmidt, who found that the white Jews did not materially differ in physical type from European Jews. Although they have lived for centuries in the tropics, they appear to have remained unaffected by the external environment. It must, however, be mentioned that their number has been often augmented by new arrivals from Europe, thus renewing their blood to some extent. The color of their skin differs in different individuals, from the white of the North European to dark like that of the South Europeans. In other words, their complexion is that of the European Jews. Some are of a striking fair complexion, so that in contrast with the dark complexions of the natives of southern India, their whiteness is accentuated, appearing somewhat in the nature of a sickly pallor. The hair and beard is mostly black, but blonde hair with gray and blue eyes is also met with among them. The beard and hair are of abundant growth, somewhat curly and wavy. Schmidt stated that the specific Jewish cast of countenance is very much accentuated among the white Jews. He distinguished two types among them, corresponding to our Ashkenazim and Sephardim, which he describes in detail. The black Jews are of a totally different type. Schmidt observed that the color of their skin is in various shadings, ranging from fair, like that of the European Jews, to dark, like that of the Dravidians, among whom they live. Occasionally, one meets among them persons with a white color of skin, which is hardly a shade darker than that of the Southern European. I'm going to say that one more time. Occasionally, one meets among them persons with a white color of the skin, which is hardly a shade darker than that of the Southern European. Such persons also have a Jewish physiognomy, which is so specific that one would be inclined to believe that they are of mixed Jewish blood. So there you go. So it shows that the black and white Jews didn't necessarily differ. You had quote unquote white Jews that could have been of the same complexion as the quote unquote black Jews, and quote unquote black Jews of the same complexion as the quote unquote white Jews. So trying to make these foolish appeals, as he did in his presentation, to black Jews, white Jews, not understanding the usage of how black and white is used amongst these groups, is just utterly it's just showing how uninformed he is when it comes to these matters. So getting back to the presentation, we're going to go back.
You need to see the, oh, my bad. Did you need to see your slides on that you put in my presentation yet, or no?
Not yet. So going now to the next slide. At the 35-minute and 31-second mark of the video, Tazarah attempts to make an appeal to Hannah Adams' book, The History of the Jews. But it seems clear that either one, he didn't actually bother to read past the highlighted words on that page in the book. Thus, he had no idea that they were even there. And you're going to see in a moment why I'm saying this. Or number two, he did read past the portions highlighted, but instead decided to conveniently gloss over it without offering a good explanation. And this is what I'm referring to. As you guys can see here, this is the relevant book. This is Hannah Adams' book, The History of the Jews, and this is the relevant page. So it says here, and this is what he read. In his presentation, he literally just read where it said Negro Jews. He stopped at Negro Jews, and then he just left it there, right? He says Black or Negro Jews of Malabar. But what he didn't do is read at the top and read in context. The Jews of Cochin, say our author, loaded him with civilities and gave him a number of entertainments. Though the climate had rendered them so swarthy that they are almost mulattoes, they would have considered themselves dishonored if they had eaten, drank, or prayed with the Black or Negro Jews of Malabar, because the last were descended from slaves, is the service of the Jew. Because the last were descended from slaves, is the service of the Jews at Krangor. I'm going to say that one more time. Because the last were descended from slaves is the service of the Jews at Krangor, who were afterwards emancipated.
Wait, doesn't his source just say up here that that the climate made them swarthy? But what he wouldn't get, he was getting
notice
on me.
that the Jews, the Black Jews, were well, the Black Jews were not only the climate, but weren't the Black Jews believed to be converts? Well, now I'm not saying they are converts. I'm simply saying what the source is saying. How in the world did this guy have this source in front of him and see that? He literally showed it on his screen. What you guys are seeing right now is literally the video. It's that's the timestamp right there. This is literally the screen. Dante Fortson literally sat there and witnessed this and stayed quiet. Everybody stay quiet. He just quoted where it says Black or Negro Jews. All right, let's move on. Man, all you had to do is just keep reading. I mean, I could just keep reading this some more. You know, I'll continue reading. I'll do what he didn't do. When it says emancipated, the Negro Jews had I don't know if that's a nine synagogues, 3 in Cochin and the others in the vicinity. The French translation of the travels of et cetera, you guys see the rest of it, right? I mean, it's very clear. Look, I'll show you it right here.
It's small.
But look at this right here. The other Jews grounded their aversions towards them on the pretense that the Malabar Jews have been mixed with the Canaanites and the Ishmaelites. But though they have separate synagogues, their worship is the same. Now, keep in mind, he can't accuse me of being using a racist source and then somehow being racist, because this is Tazarah's own source. This is his own source right here. Tazarah's own source. His own source cuts him, as the camps like to say. At the 25-minute and 8-second mark to the 45-second mark, Tazarah claims to be unaware of any source other than Badeau, which claims Black Cochin Jews were, quote unquote, allegedly converts. Even though theoretically, I believe we read something that alluded to that. Now, again, I'm not accusing them of being converts. I'm simply saying Tazarah asserts that these Jews weren't referred to as converts essentially until the time of Badeau. Like Badeau's like one of the first guys, if not the first guy, to refer to them as converts, right? This is yet another example of Tazarah's overconfidence getting the best of him, in a haphazard way. I'm gonna just do it. Here we go. In a haphazard.
You see how I be feeling. We be getting beat up more than more
with. Actually, you know what? Technically, I should have just kept it how it was. There we go.
We get beat up with our own typing more than our opponents beat us in their video.
Yeah, the overconfidence getting the best of him with a haphazard statement. So technically, I was right. So there you go. Look, now I got you beat. He showed a source from 1808 and another one from 1812 that asserts that the Black Jews in India have or likely have ancient ties to Israel. However, here's a quote from an earlier source from 1800 that claims they were converts 8 years before his earliest source.
Shout out to Reggie. Shout out to Reggie.
Shout out to Reggie.
We love you.
Shout out to Reggie. Shout out to Abu. Here we go. So the relevant source says here, so you guys can see it, where it talks about, that and being supported by their Jewish brethren, they were conveyed thence by sea to India in the year 426 of the Christian era. Their number, however, may perhaps not have been so great. These Jews established themselves in that place, Kangaroo, I'm going to mispronounce it, and the neighboring districts, and found a small kingdom. They purchased slaves, particularly black ones, and converted them, as well as several more of the natives, to their religion. These new converts, I'm going to say that one more time. These new converts gave rise to the, can you finish that for me? Gave rise to who? These new converts gave rise to the
Black Jews who wish to enjoy the same privileges as the white and to unite themselves with them by intermarriages.
By intermarriages. Now, I think this is interesting. Again, this is page 108, and this is from the 1800s. This is earlier than his source, but I'm not going to stop there. Here's a source which dates much earlier, from the 1500s, which is quoted by Jonathan Shorsh, his favorite author, in Jews and Blacks in the Early Modern World, page 205. For the record, this is not an attack on the quote-unquote black Cochin Jews, nor do I assert that they are all converts, or that the quote-unquote white Cochins are somehow all bloodline descendants of Jacob. I think both groups have members who are bloodline Israelites or members who are descended from converts. However, these are two quick references to set the record straight about Tazarah's incorrect claim that no source called them converts before Badeau. And here we go. This is Jews and Blacks in the Early Modern World, page 205. And I'm going to read the relevant portion right here. The visit of the Yemenite poet, Zachariah ben Sa'adiah ben Yacob al-Zaria or al-Daria, in the first half of the 16th century, J.B. Siegel placed it in 1570, produced no mention of color, although it was one of the earliest mentions of there being two distinct Jewish communities. The Yemenite poet concisely summed up what was to become what already was a major bone of contention between them. Although these quote unquote other congregations were not called black, they were here said to be descendants of Cushites and Canaanite slaves. A congregation of Sephardim, Jews from Spain and Portugal, from the Jewish stock with other congregations, but they are proselytes, converts, and converted in earlier times from the Cushites and Canaanites. They are knowers of practice and law, and the laws of the Torah they acknowledge. Again, Jews and Blacks in the Early Modern World, page 205. Now, I wanted to show you guys this because he pointed this out in one of his sources when he was going on his spiel about the white Jews. He was railing against the white Jews and propping up the black Jews. It says here, these are the black Jews, they recounted the names of many other small colonies resident in northern India, Tartary, and China. So I'm going to go right back to Maurice Fishberg. I'm going to show you what Maurice Fishberg, how he pretty much showed images of these Jews, and I had shown them a little bit earlier, and I'm going to show them again. Fascinating stuff, right? I wonder if he accepts these Chinese Jews. I mean, after all, the black Jews accepted them. We should expect Tazarah to accept them, right? Right, Tazarah? You should be accepting Chinese Jews, Let me actually get the image. Or if not, I'll just give me a moment. Just point it up. This thing is loading slow, y'all. I do apologize. It's loading a little slow. Yeah, here we go. Boom. Got it. So here are the Chinese Jews. All right. Now, can you correct me if I'm wrong, but are these black Jews? Are these black men?
I think so. No.
Chinese Jews.
No, those are the Kaifeng Chinese Jews. Nope. Chinese.
Family of Chinese Jews in Kaifeng. Kai Fung Fo. Man, man. And what did it say? Didn't it say up here that they yeah, here we go. Here was the relevant part. These were the same Jews that they these folks over here, the black Jews, this guy ain't looking really black, you know what I mean? But the quote unquote black Jews told him about. Of course, yes, these men are definitely dark skinned. It says
Go
don't.
back down. That other guy's the white Jew, the Sephard.
Yeah, the most curious are the Chinese Jews, who, as can be seen from the photographs on page 137, do not look like Jews at all, but can easily pass as Chinamen. It has been known for many years that there are native Jews in China, from the reports of Jesuit missionaries who visited them during the 17th century. Recently, Jews in Shanghai have made more or less successful effort to study and also to rescue the remnant of Israel, which was left in Kai Fung Fo. Uh, Berthold Laufer, who studied their history, is of the opinion that the Chinese Jews emigrated from Persia and Central Asia during the reign of the Han Dynasty or the 2nd century of our era. He believes that the remnant of the Jews in Kai Fang Fu represent many other colonies of Jews who lived in various parts of China, but who in the course of time were absorbed by the indigenous population and left no trace behind. Now, can I just say this real quick? Uh, those Jews don't look the way that he claims Jews are supposed to look, but yet his precious black Jews of Cochin acknowledge these men as brethren. Does that mean Tazarah is now going to acknowledge these Chinese Jews as brethren as well? Is that how that works? I hope he's going to be consistent. But then again, he hasn't demonstrated his claim of being a Jew, so I guess he would have to prove that first before he can start claiming any of these guys as brethren. But I'm going to go back to the presentation. And it's not too much left. Not too much left. All right. So now that we got that out the way, at the 37-minute and 44-second mark, Tazarah makes an appeal to a PDF, which features a wall fresco alleged to be of Semite and Nubian brickmakers in the tomb of Rekhmire. Tazarah attempts to assert that the alleged Semites are Israelites, even though the PDF does not identify them as such. He seems to be doing so via the same the name of the article and the usage of the term Semite. In other words, he saw the article name, as you're going to see. Actually, you know what? I got a different PDF that I'm going to show, but it's the same thing. It has Israel in the title, and I imagine if he looked at that as well, he would automatically assume, oh, this is the proof right there. It says Israel, and they mention Semites, so therefore the people on the walls must be Israelites. You know, that's just flawed reasoning. But he seems to assume that Semite there can only have the context of Israelites, as if there aren't other groups of Semites who lived and or worked in Egypt. The article only seems to be furnishing the image to give an idea of what mud brick making in Egypt was like, including for the Israelites during their sojourn there. However, the appearance of any Semite with skin only slightly less dark than Nubians shouldn't be surprising, as Semites came in a wide range of skin tones and still come in a wide range of skin tones, a position we've not only verified ourselves, but have no issue with. However, it seems that Tazarah might not be familiar with the following, in which ancient Syrians, who were Semites, are depicted with what seems to be pinkish skin in the same tomb. This is the same tomb of Rekhmire. Y'all see that? Y'all see that skin tone? Come on now. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Does that skin tone match the kind of skin tone that our friend Tazarah claims Israelites are only supposed to have? You know, like it's got to be dark. Do these people have dark skin? Does that look? Does that look? Does that look swarthy?
They look a little swarthy, yeah, up here with the blonde hair. Those are Syrians, right? Semites. I
Yeah,
mean,
Semites.
they're people of color for certain, but
Syrian. Yeah, yeah. And here goes some that might be a little more olive. Syrians bringing vessels and weapons. Tomb of Rekhmire, 1479 to 1425 BC. We're gonna go down. Oops. All right, here we go. Here are more depictions showing Semites with a wide variety of skin tones, both dark and non-dark. Oh, you know this. That one always cracks me up. I'm sorry, man. I don't. I'm. You know, it's. So, Egypt.
it's like
Egyptian.
they all reacting to Katazai's album. No.
Egyptian relief depicting a battle against West Asiatics. West Asiatics is the Levant, Middle East, you know, whatever. Reign of Amenhotep II, 18th dynasty, 1427 to 1400 BCE, right? Let's keep going. Egyptian relief depicting a battle against West Asiatics. And by the way, notice the fair skinned ones, notice the dark ones there as well. Here you notice dark ones, fair skinned ones. Egyptian relief depicting a battle against West Asiatics, reign of Amenhotep II, 18th dynasty, 427 to 1400 BCE. And look at this dude looking like Mr. Clean. And man, look at that nose. You see the nose? Look at the nose. Look at
I
the
think we
hair.
have proof that Brother Jabari is an ancient Egyptian.
Well, this one got blonde hair, man. You know, so
Nah, that's blonde. I thought he was bald.
well, he's bald. You don't see the hairline that look like it might be blonde. That might be maybe bald or
But ain't no
I
hairline
don't
in the
know.
back of his ear. See, we doing lookership, y'all. This is called lookership. That looked like Jabari though, and I don't know what his original eye color is up there, but a lot of these Semites are depicted with blue eyes. I'm not
Right,
gonna say it's blue here. Could have been dyed, or it could be just dark. But a lot of Semites have blue eyes, and there's a gene, there's
right,
a paper, a live science article, I believe, that has the paper on blue eyes coming into Israel.
right. Syrian tribute bearer from a Theban tomb of the 18th to 19th dynasty. So all these are old. All those depictions are old. Lest they try to make it seem like they want to cry whitewashing. How come all these other guys weren't whitewashed? You know? Matter of fact, let's go up here for a second. How come these people weren't whitewashed? You got all these brown folk down here, but they just went after these people, right? Like foolishness, man. Tazarah, and for the record, we don't agree that those were actually whitewashed, so lest these guys think that we're actually agreeing with them or something. Tazarah makes a faulty appeal to a quote from quote, a short history of the Copts and their church on page 72. And this is the relevant quotation. The other portion was the whole people of Egypt who were caught, because at the beginning of the list, it mentions the Greeks. And then it goes on to say the other portion after the Greeks was the whole people of Egypt who were called Quibdit. I don't know how to say that. And were of mixed descent, among whom one could not distinguish Cop from Abyssinian, Nubian, or Israelite, and they were all Jacobites. And I'm going to explain what Jacobite means in a moment. He thinks this proves that the Israelites were a black people as a people group. And let me be more exact. Not that you didn't have black people amongst them, but that they were as a monolith, a black people group. When the Muslims came in, since they couldn't be distinguished from Nubians or Abyssinians, while completely missing that part that all the people were mixed, including the Nubians and Abyssinians. And I apologize for misspelling that. Yeah, I know I'm horrible. Let's take a look at what the mixed people of Egypt would have looked like using artwork from Egypt from the time, from before the time of the Muslims. So this is going to be roughly the very end of the BC era and leading into the 3rd century AD. So look what we're going to look at right here. The following are the Fayum mummy portraits from Egypt, 1st century BC, 3rd century AD. You know, that's the range. Now, tell me, does this look mixed to you? Do these look like mixed people?
A couple of them probably could. Maybe the lady. Is this a woman with this little mustache up here?
I don't know. This might be a dude, but look at these people though. Look at his hair though.
Not
Look
him.
at the hair.
The one in the middle and the other one with the peach fuzz.
I mean, you know what?
And then Sunscorch Vocab Malone down here, the Sunscorch version.
Now look at these people. Do you see mixed people?
This fella here, possibly, yeah.
I mean, think of it this way: does mix only mean black and white? Can it be different things? I mean, we have to consider that as well. Were these people intermixing with Greeks? Were they intermixing with Romans? Were they intermixing with other people? So think about it, right? You had Romans, Greeks, all these different people groups in that area. So these people had been mixing. This is before that time. The relevant source is talking about maybe the 600s. This is at least anywhere from, I don't know, 600 years to maybe 300 years before that time. So 400 years before that time. This is relevant. Look at this woman. Look at the hair. Look. Mixed doesn't always mean just having dark skin. This woman could be mixed. This woman could be mixed. This man could be mixed. He definitely looks like he could be mixed. But look at these people. You notice how they're mixed. There's a mixture. They don't look like I don't think of Nordic white people when I look at these people. Right? Look at these people. Come on now. That doesn't look mixed. Now, $1 million question. Which one of these people would be the Abyssinian? Which one of these people would be the Jew? Which one of these people would be Syrian? I mean, do we even know their ethnicity?
No, $1 million question. What's wrong with this guy's eyes at the top right?
Man, he got the Anthony Davis going on, man. He got that unibrow, man. Looking crazy, man. But yeah, man. Oh goodness, look at this dude, man. I think do you think somebody did him dirty, man? They drew him that way, man. That's not how he they did him dirty. But anyways, yeah. Look at these people. Look how mixed they look. This is mixed. Look at these people, mixed. Look at that. Look at these people. Notice there's a lot of similar overlap with the people.
I look like a black woman down there at the right.
If I scroll through these, you can see overlap in their appearances, right? You can see how some of these people even look identical in some capacity. There's a lot of similarities in their appearance. Look at that.
You go back, that sister on the bottom right, that's a black woman there. I'll say that.
But how do you know that she doesn't have a white father and a black mother?
I'm just saying morphologically, that's all. Just only by that.
But that brother right there. Yeah, look, yeah.
That dude looked like the janitor in my building right here. This guy in the middle.
See, can any one of us definitively say we know exactly what their ethnicity is? Of course not. So look at these people.
Ethnicity?
I mean, we know they lived in Egypt. Yeah, we know they lived in Egypt, but you know who else lived in Egypt? Jews lived in Egypt. Syrians lived in Egypt. You had Romans, Greeks. You had Turks. You had the native people, of course, Nubians. You had all these different people living in Egypt, man. I mean, you had the people of Libya. I mean, you name it. Look at these mixed people. These are mixed people. Now I'm doing this to I'm going to prove a point in a second because we're going to see what Egyptian Jews look like. Y'all see that? Everyone seeing this? I almost feel like we're going through the same images, man. They almost looking too similar. I mean, look at this. This woman definitely looks mixed. I mean, this dude looks like he could be mixed. They all look like mixed. I guess it just depends on how we define mix.
And this is all lookership we're doing here too. So this is not
right. Yeah. The following is an interview from the deceased former Egyptian president Nasser Adel Gamo, who talks about the Jews living in his country. Let's see if he shares Tazarah's I was about to say Tazarah's wacky ideas. All right. So I'm going to play the Egyptian president right now. Y'all going to hear it straight out of the horse's mouth. And then we're going to look at Egyptian Jews. Because he doesn't deny the Egyptian Jews. Maybe Tazarah might have denied these Egyptian Jews, but he certainly didn't. By the way, this is the same guy that they made up that fake quote from, that fake meme. You left here black and came back white. That quote doesn't exist in none of his Time magazine interviews. There's no radio interview. There's a whole website dedicated to him. None of those words ever came out of his mouth. One of these wacky dudes made it up to try to push their agenda, as you could imagine. All right, here we go. Gonna run it through my sound mix. All right.
Realistic to expect, however, that Israel, which wishes to be and has constituted itself as primarily, predominantly a Jewish state, would accept a very large number of Arabs back into their territory?
Well, why not? The Jews and the Arabs, the Christians and the Muslims were living here in the Middle East for centuries, for thousands of years. The Jews were living here in Egypt, and they are living here in Egypt, in spite of the propaganda which was used against us in your country, that we don't treat the Jews well. You can go all over the country and you can see the Jews. Some of them asked to leave the country, and we refused. We agreed, and then they refused to leave the country, and they said that they want to stay. We arrested Jews, about 80 Jews. But we arrested also after the war Muslims and Christians for the security of the country. The Israelis now are arresting more than 7,000 Arabs from the occupied territories and Gaza. So I want to say again, the Jews and the Muslims, the Christians, the Arabs were living here for centuries.
As a matter of information, how many members of the Jewish community in Egypt are left now? How many are still remaining?
We have here about 5,000 Jews.
About 5,000.
Yeah.
And how many, you say, under detention now? 80?
About 80 years. There were more than that, but
some have been released.
Yes. So I want to complete my explanation. We were living together, and there was no hatred. We said that it is well known, but I think some people have forgotten that we and Jews are cousins. Musa was born here in Egypt. We were always living in very good conditions. So why the Muslims and Christians, the Arabs and the Jews don't live together?
Let me turn to question.
There you have it. The guy that they like to misuse, and they put words in his mouth that he didn't actually say. Well, he lets you know from his own mouth that he considers the Jews his cousins. He considered the Jews that lived in Egypt during his time to be legitimately Jews, and before his time, legitimately Jews. And he didn't reject the Jews that these people reject as Jews. Isn't that funny? Well, let me show y'all something. I'm going to go right back. I'm going to do something real quick. All right, here we go. Going to go right back to that presentation. And now we're going to look at what Egyptian Jews look like. Let's see what Egyptian Jews look like before and during the time of Nasser Abdel Gamal. All right? You seen this? These are Egyptian Jews. You seen this? Yo. You see my screen?
I'm here.
These are Egyptian Jews right here. These are the Jews that would have lived. These Jews lived contemporaneous to that dude, that Egyptian president. Look at these people. They looking a little swarthy, right? Now that actually does look a little swarthy. But look at the varied appearance. I mean, to me, these people are not dissimilar from these people right here.
Hey, Faithful,
in terms of appearance.
Let me in. I'm about to move around. Let me in. I already came back in. I sent you, if you start before I get to where I gotta go, I sent you the PDF and the
I got you.
You got it, just in case you need to see it at the very end.
Yeah. So, but do you see these people? Look at the differing skin tones. You have darker, lighter. You have guys. Look at the appearance and look at the hair of some of these people. Look at that hair. Now look at these people up here. Does that look dissimilar from these people? in terms of appearance. Look at the appearance of these people and look at those people. Do you see, could those people blend in back in the day with these people? Would they be out of place? Would these people right here be out of place with those people up there? This is in Egypt. Would they be out of place? Look at them.
Not necessarily.
You see that? Look at the range of appearance, man. Like, you have darker, lighter, just like up here. You have darker, you have lighter. You have people who are lighter complexion. Come on, man. And he sees that thing and it says mixed. What is he does he think that we don't have any contemporaneous images? We don't have anything that or even images that predate that time that could give us a general idea of what the people of Egypt look like? It's just foolish to isolate something like that and then try to make a whole argument around it. It's just utterly foolish, man. Utterly foolish. So I'm wrapping up here. So this was the relevant source that he tried to pull from I forget that guy's book, man. The name escapes me. So he quoted the section where it basically said history has recorded the date and cause of the Israelitish immigration into West Africa after the destruction of Jerusalem. Well, I got something for that. Oh, real quick, before I get to that, I wanted to explain the usage of Jacobite, because I'm going to forget that. So this is how Jacobite is used. It's not used in the way that English people would have used the term Jacobite to refer to people who followed, King James's people, whatever. Jacobite, a member of any of the various monophysite Eastern churches, especially members of the monophysite Syrian church. Monophysite are those people who believe in the one nature of Christ or whatever. That there's a whole controversy that goes into that. But needless to say, generally speaking, Ethiopian, Coptic Christians, people of that nature are generally of that ilk. So Jacobite could refer to any of those monophysite Eastern churches. If you're a Copt, if you're Abyssinian, if you're, etc. So those groups that were listed are also groups of congregations, churches. Now, in terms of intermarriage and mixing and all that other good stuff, being a member of the Abyssinian church doesn't necessarily mean you are Abyssinian, or being a member of, let's say, a Nubian Coptic church or something like that doesn't mean necessarily that you're Nubian. However, if he wants to take it as, no, those are Nubians, those are Abyssinians, those are, when it says Israelites, because where's the Israelite church? That would probably be his argument. But nevertheless, they all had that one faith tradition. Those Israelites would have been Christians and would have been monophysites. And they would have been called Jacobite, not because they descended from Jacob, which if they're Israelites, obviously, more than likely going to descend from Jacob, but because of the faith tradition. Even though he didn't bring it up, I thought I would bring it up. So, and all right, I see you're back. So I'm going to go right back to the presentation. I'm wrapping up. Going back to the presentation, of course, those Egyptian Jews. So he tried to make an appeal to this where it says, history has recorded the date and the cause of the Israelitish immigration into West Africa after the destruction of Jerusalem. Well, let's bring something out that I don't believe he's going to have an answer for, because none of them have had an answer for this. So this is a newspaper clipping. Seem like I'm giving them something. I'm giving them a freebie or something. This is a newspaper clipping from the Raleigh Register, the weekly Raleigh Register from 1853. I showed this on Berean. I'm going to show it again here. All right. And it reads, Jewish Negroes. The Reverend Dr. Philip, missionary in the north of Africa, gives the following details concerning that country. A Russian Jew resident at gave him information concerning a great number of Israelites inhabiting the oasis of the Sahara and dwelling also at Bathor, Bith Rabi, Tagarut, Busra, Bain Usab, Loquaz, etc. There are in each of these places even more. In one place, he found 600 families with numerous synagogues and about, and this is whatever, unintelligible, some of which were more ancient than, again, unintelligible. But this is not all. Other curious details reached Dr. Phillips from another source. A Jew who had accompanied a German traveler as far as Timbuktu found near the boundary of Bambara a large number of Jewish Negroes. Now, I know they're going to get excited because they see Jewish Negroes, but watch what's going to happen. Nearly every family among them possesses the law of Moses, written upon parchment. Although they speak of the prophets, they have not their writings. Their prayers differ from those of other Jews and are committed to little leaves of parchment stitched together and contain numerous passages derived from the Psalms. These Jews have mingled some of the superstition of quote-unquote oral law, which they have not committed to writing, with those of their neighbors, the Mohammedans and the heathen. They enjoy equal liberty with the other subjects of the African chiefs and have their synagogues and their rabbis. The explanation which they give of themselves that after the destruction of Jerusalem at the time of the captivity, some of their ancestors, having neither goods nor land, fled to the desert. The fatigue which they endured was so great that nearly all the females died by the way. The children of Ham received them with kindness. I repeat, the children of Ham received them with kindness, and by intermarriage with their daughters, who were black, communicated their color, the daughter's color, communicated their color to their children. These children became generation by generation of a deeper hue, until no difference of color now distinguishes the children of Shem with those of Ham. The form of their features, however, is very different from the Negroes around them. Notice that their color came from these Hamitic mothers, not from their Israelite or Jewish fathers. So that means the women were black, the men were non-black. No matter how you slice it, they were non-black. They literally detailed, relayed where they got their black skin from.
It doesn't say that. It says the men were just brown. The women were black, but the men were brown, brother.
Oh, man. These are highly interesting facts and create a strong desire. You see the rest. There you go. So let's keep it pushing. Let's keep it moving. We're almost wrapping up here, y'all. It's not much longer. It'll be over soon, Tazarah. I know the boo-boos hurt, man. I know, man, but you got to take those licks, man. Tazarah repeats the same bad arguments about Godfrey and Higgins at the end of his video, and still makes an appeal to the the Pirkei de Rabbi Eliezer's entry on Shem towards the end. So this is the relevant screenshot. This is from the actual video. So this is from Jonathan Schorsch's book. And the other thing that he made an appeal was Godfrey. Godfrey basically said, I have seen black Jesuses all throughout Italy, and these are the originals, or something to that effect. But here's the problem, right? Dealing with this first, with his misuse of Jonathan Schorsch, who is talking about Rabbi Eliezer's Pirkei de Eliezer. It says, Harold, now this is what he highlighted. Harold Brackman cited the fascinating and revealing emendations made to the color scheme of Noah's three sons that appeared in the first printed editions of the early medieval text, the relevant text. Shem, originally black and pleasing in earlier manuscripts, was Europeanized, becoming white and pleasing. Ham's description, black as a crow, was evidently deemed too ambiguous and was changed to black and ugly. Japhet, whose whiteness originally signified a lack, now had his whiteness transforming to correspond with the new ideas of European beauty. He became entirely white and beautiful. Brackman, unclear on when these changes were made, wrote that these editorial revisions were in place by the 16th century. From a thorough review of many manuscripts and early printed editions, I suspect that these changes derive from the 16th century itself. The second edition's table of contents differed from the passage within, the one containing the color changes, the other not. The discrepancy, actually, I'm going to look at it in my book because I got it right in front of me, because I don't know if this guy even owns an actual copy of this book. It seems like he's just reading, the free pages. It says here, the discrepancy envisages a responsible editorial hand contemporary with the printing. The first three editions date from 1514, and this is the part I'm going to read that he didn't read. 1514, Constantinople, 1544, Venice, and 1567, Sabonetta. The desire of some Jews to clarify their own color had everything to do with their quote-unquote white cultural surroundings. Why is this relevant? Because they were being called black by Europeans. They were being othered by Europeans. And had our friend Tazarah bothered to read pages 166 and 167 in the same book, which I'll go ahead and skip ahead to, he would have seen the following. And it reads, the idea of nation at the end of the Middle Ages constituted an essentially ethno-linguistic one, as previously mentioned. From the era of contact with sub-Saharan Africans, Europeans appeared familiar with the different nations or countries from which they originated. Although no contemporary source delineated the relationship between the categorical level of these nations and categorical level of quote-unquote blacks, Negroes, one sees by the 17th century their simultaneous use. Although knowledge of ethnic particularities in Africa continued in Europe and the Americas among the planters, merchants, travelers, missionaries, and politicians. The generic term Negro or black and the cluster of concepts around it came to predominate. The importance of the term and concept of whiteness, not surprisingly, also rose in this period. The specific usefulness of whiteness for Jews, and more specifically in this chapter, Sephardic Jews, because the name of this chapter is Inventing Jewish Whiteness, the 17th Century Western Sephardic Diaspora, Part 1. The usefulness of whiteness for Jews inferred in the fact that Jews, and I'm reading page 167, which I'm going to show y'all so you can just see it, even though I'm going to be reading it, included themselves in the dominant culture. These Sephardic Jews included themselves in the dominant culture as whites in a way that they could not as non-Christians. One late 12th century, one late 20th century Jew growing up in Mississippi aptly expressed this quandary to his recollection. I didn't want to be Christian, but at the same time, I didn't want to be different. Whiteness provided entry into the dominant class to Jews who believed they belonged there by dint of quality and antiquity of their civilization. Such was their hope in any case. So, as we see right here, notice that the Jews came to identify themselves as white. So this begs the question, how could they have passed for white within the quote-unquote dominant white culture if their physical appearance was supposedly restricted to the Bantu phenotype or Bantu morphology or jet black skin or whatever Tazarah envisions in his mind when he sees all these relevant phrases and usages of black in reference to Sephardic Jews? But scrolling back up, I'm going to point this out again. So I'll repeat my refutation to him, which you, Tazarah, which you ignored. His argument is centered on a logical fallacy called false equivalence. This fallacy is committed when I'm going to repeat that again. This fallacy is committed when an equivalence is drawn between two subjects based on flawed or false reasoning. So, example 1. Swans are white. Doves are white. Therefore, swans are doves. Example 2. Rabbi Eliezer says in his writing, Shem was black but pleasing. African Americans are black. Therefore, African Americans are Shemites. The first example is flawed because the whiteness of doves and swans does not make them the same type of bird. The second example is also flawed because the alleged darkness or blackness, quote unquote, of Shem does not automatically make anyone with dark or black skin a descendant of Shem. Very simple to understand, right? It seems to escape our friend over here, Tazarah. Moreover, the term black does not have a strict nor uniform usage historically. Said color does not merely denote the color of Bantu Africans. This can be seen by the many examples shown in the previous presentation, the one that our friend 93 showed, which is seemingly ignored by Dante and Tazarah. You know, every single time we bring it out, they ignore it. Also, making an appeal to rabbinic Agaditic midrash, which was not written down and composed, until the 9th century, is not a good argument. Keep in mind, one can simply make appeals to other extra biblical Jewish sources to counter the argument Tazarah was attempting to make, such as from the Mishnah in Negaim 2:1. And I'll go to the relevant portion because I had put these there. So it reads, the bright spot in a German appears dull white. The dull white spot in an Ethiopian appears as bright white. Rabbi Ishmael says, the children of Israel, may I be atonement for them, are like boxwood, neither black nor white, but of an intermediate shade. If you look at the commentary on the right hand, on the side of your screen, you'll notice that it says, the bright spot in a German appears as dull white, and the dull white spot in an Ethiopian appears as bright white. A bright spot is impure, but on pale German, I assume this means anyone from Northern Europe, it will look dull. This would mean that he will be declared pure, even though he should not be. On the opposite end of the spectrum, a dull spot, which should not be impure, will look bright on an Ethiopian skin. This will cause him to be isolated, and then, if it remains, to be declared impure. The question is, how do we deal with this situation? Now, at the bottom, Rabbi Ishmael says, the children of Israel, may I be atonement for them, are like the boxwood, neither black nor white, but of an intermediate shade. Rabbi Ishmael says that we use the skin of Israelites, which is dark but not black, as the barometer. Do I need to say anything else? I mean, these are Israelites in their own writings saying this stuff. It should also be noted that Tazarah ignores, so I already read that. That was Jonathan Schorsch. His source, Godfrey Higgins, who, aside from believing in unfounded ideas such as Atlantis and Abraham supposedly being Brahma, also believed, without any evidence, that the Italian-made black depictions of Christ he saw throughout Italy were the first ones made. Higgins was seemingly incognizant of their medieval origin point. And by the way, I'm not trying to use a genetic fallacy against Higgins. He simply made a lot of ideas that just didn't have any evidence to, be backed up with. So, like his ideas about Atlantis and Abraham supposedly being Brahma, not that that would have any credence to anything else he would have to say, but here's another example where he just makes a claim and he doesn't furnish evidence, because there's no citation. If anyone looks at his Anacalypsis and if even the citation that Tazarah used, which was from someone else quoting him, there's no evidence of this being like the black Christ that he saw throughout Italy being the original, right? He was also incognizant of ones. Tazarah, who was also seemingly unaware of the following facts, merely took Higgins at his word and attempted to furnish a faulty conspiracy theory as an explanation for these purported missing images. The following was furnished to help him see this error, as these images still exist. Higgins' dating was simply off. Cristonero of Cicolinia, 1600s. Look at that Christ, straightish hair, even though they make him black. Cristonero of Calstacineta, between 13th to 15th century. Again, look at Christ. Cristonero of Pulgiano, 13th century. Closer look. Look at those features, even though this is black skin tone, hair, straight haired. Cristonero of San Giovanni, Chiavaria, 1600s. Again, closer look. Looking like that same Christ that they reject, with phenotypically, but just with dark skin. Now, let's look at some facts about early depictions of Jesus. All right. So I'm going to show Andrew Henry, scholar in religious studies from Boston University, specializes in early Christianity and archaeology of religion in the Roman East. Host of a YouTube channel, Religion for Breakfast, and there's the link to his relevant channel. So I'm going to play a clip, and after this, if you could, 93, I would really appreciate it if you could get me the images that I need for my presentation. So I'm going to go ahead and show this now. All right. This is from this gentleman, the one that I just showed from his channel. And I'm going to run it through my sound mix so you guys can hear. Here we go. All right. I feel like I'm leaving some things out, but.
Sir, did you get the PDF that I sent you? You got the whole slides and everything.
All right, so you send it to my Facebook. I'm going to get it in
your messenger. Right. It's at the very end.
All right, cool. No doubt.
Go to thegreatcoursesplus.com/religion for breakfast to check out their course, Gnosticism, taught by the leading scholar of Christianity, Dr. David Brackey. Jesus' look is fairly standardized, from the Christ Redeemer statue in Rio de Janeiro to nearly every modern painting around the world. He has shoulder-length hair, a full beard, and super white. Some more self-aware depictions try to portray him like what a Middle Eastern rabbi probably would have looked like, with darker skin and hair. For example, this surprised-looking guy was created by a team of forensic anthropologists. They tried to make a plausible recreation of Jesus' face based on male skulls from around Jerusalem that date to the 1st century CE. But the fact of the matter is, we simply have no idea what he looked like. We take this look for granted not because of any hard forensic data, but because of centuries of artistic habit. But in the early years of Christianity, artistic representations of Jesus were still in flux. There was no standard Jesus. So what are the earliest depictions of him, and what do they tell us about the origins of Christianity? Now, no depiction of Jesus predates the 3rd century, so that's where our story begins, 200 CE. The earliest depiction of Jesus might actually be an anti-Christian flux. But in the early years of Christianity, artistic representations of Jesus were still in flux. There was no standard Jesus, not because of any hard forensic data, but because of centuries of artistic habit. But in the early years of Christianity, artistic representations of Jesus were still in flux. There was no standard Jesus. So what are the earliest depictions of him, and what do they tell us about the origins of Christianity? Now, no depiction of Jesus predates the 3rd century, so that's where our story begins, 200 CE. The earliest depiction of Jesus might actually be an anti-Christian insult. Graffiti from Rome was discovered that depicts a man being crucified. The Latin inscription reads, "Alexamenos worships God." Some scholars have interpreted this as someone making fun of their acquaintance, Alexamenos, for becoming a Christian. After all, crucifixion was one of the most disgraceful ways to be executed in the Roman Empire, and it must have struck the Romans as very weird to worship a guy who was crucified. But why the donkey head? That seems very random. A few ancient texts suggest that the Romans circulated a rumor that Jews and Christians worshipped a donkey or a donkey head. A 2nd to 3rd century text by a Christian named Minucius Felix reports a Roman stereotype that Christians consecrate and worship the head of a donkey, the lowest creature. And the Christian bishop Tertullian responded to criticism that our God is a donkey's head. Tertullian also mentions a guy walking around carrying a picture with the inscription, the donkey begotten God of the Christians. So we can't prove that whoever scratched this inscription meant to portray Jesus specifically, but it does seem to reflect this widespread misconception about Christians in general. But what about the earliest devotional picture of Jesus? You know, the type with a human head rather than a donkey head. According to the scholar of early Christianity, Michael Peppard, the earliest datable depictions of Jesus were found in the Roman frontier town Dura Europos, located in modern-day Syria. Archaeologists identified a building there dating to the mid-3rd century CE as a possible house church. That's to say, a dwelling place that was converted for Christian rituals, specifically a baptistry and a meeting hall. The walls of the church were covered in paintings of scenes from the New Testament, including Jesus as the Good Shepherd, the healing of the paralytic, and Jesus walking on water. In the healing of the paralytic scene, Jesus is depicted as a young, beardless man wearing a simple tunic. It's basically a before and after cartoon, read from right to left. First, we see the paralyzed man lying on his cot, and right next to him, the same guy carrying it after Jesus healed him. The painting was located in the church's baptistry. This is interesting because the original story in the Gospel of John involves the healing waters of the pool of Bethesda beside the gates of Jerusalem, where, according to the story, sick people would try to touch the water in order to be healed. So the artist may have intended to link Jesus's miraculous healing powers with the waters of baptism. The miracle-working Jesus is one of the most common motifs we see in the early centuries of Christian art, arguably because that is what Jesus was most famous for. Other early depictions of him, the miracle-working Jesus appears holding a staff, almost like a magic wand. Here's an ancient Christian coffin which shows a beardless Jesus pointing his staff at pots of water, turning them to wine, pointing at a bunch of baskets multiplying the bread, and at the end, pointing his staff at the resurrected Lazarus. In fact, the anti-Christian polemicist Celsus accused Jesus of being a magician and a cheap trickster. So even outside of Christian circles, Jesus was known for miracles, even though the difference between miracles and magic is a subjective distinction.
All right. So now I'm going to show some images, early depictions of Jesus. Here we go. Some more. Some of these were already in the video, and some I'm just going to present. All right. Let me actually X out of some of these windows. All right. So we're going to scroll up. Oldest known depiction of Jesus was found an animal head. You know, the Alexamenos graffito is the oldest. Healing of the paraplegic, 235 AD, Dura Europos, Syria. And we've already shown images from Dura Europos of the Jews. That makes a lot of Hebrew Israelites mad for some reason. 3rd and 4th century catacomb depictions of a fair-looking Christ. Of course, catacomb of Damatilla showing Jesus as a brown-skinned Semite, or you know what a really like browner skinned Semite might look like, 4th century AD. On the other hand, catacomb of Kamadilla showing fair-skinned Christ, 4th century AD. Two different images from the same time period, both in the catacombs. Now, this is the tomfoolery that Hebrew Israelites like to do. Original left, Photoshopped Hebrew Israelite edition right. And that's it for those images. I have, I believe, a few more things I'm going to bring out, and then I'm going to play Jonathan Shorsh. I know he said he didn't care what Jonathan Shorsh had to say, but I certainly care what...
I don't care what Jonathan Shorsh has to say. I just read his book and picks the parts I believe in.
Right. This one is actually from the Dagger Squad channel. This interview took place there. This was, I believe, in...
Shout out to Daggers. Shout out to all you Daggers watching.
Yep. This was from February, right? February or...
Yeah, he did the 20 for 20 was February.
February, that's right. That's what it was. Real quick, before I do that, though, I hadn't shown these earlier, so I don't want to get accused of not showing anything. So this was the one from Reckmeyer. Hold on a second. Oh, the thing just stalled on me. I don't know a second. All right. Tell me if you could see that. Brick by brick,
Yeah, I can see it.
what did the Israelites build in Egypt? Now, when you go down here, notice that these people are fairer than some of these people over here. You know, and what does it say? It says Reckmeyer, a relief in the tomb of Reckmeyer shows Semites and Nubian slaves making bricks. Now, keep in mind, we don't know what kind of Semites those are. You know, but the assumption shouldn't be, oh, it says Israelites, so we should just assume these are Israelites, right? And then you got some more. These are Nubians and maybe Semites there. The assumption shouldn't be that these are now somehow the Israelites. And by the way, this is from also from a scholar, David A. Falk, lest they say that I just grabbed some random one and oh, those look a little lighter than mine or some dumb stuff. This is a serious scholar. So yeah, and by the way, before I stop sharing, I wanted to show this. He actually says right here, storage wars. The mud brick storage deep hold on a second. These mud brick storage depots stand outside the Ramesseum. I hope I'm saying that right. The mortuary temple of Ramesses II in Thebes, built of mud brick, 13th century BCE. Depots stored food to guarantee that the temple could keep functioning even after the pharaoh's death. So it quotes Exodus 1:11, says the Israelites slaves built the storage cities of Pithom and Ramses. It is likely that the quote-unquote storage cities of this verse actually referred to mud brick storage depots within these cities, similar to the ones pictured above. Not the same, not these are the Israelites, but similar. In other words, the practice of doing this would have been more or less what they would have been doing, given how one takes the argument. But anyways, what else was I going to show? All right, let me just I want to bring out everything I had, and then I'm going to show Mr. Shorsh. Oh, this was one that I forgot to bring out earlier. So this is another source, contemporaneous, I believe, with Badeau, or at the very least, roughly in the same time frame, somewhere around there. This is from one Reverend Joseph Wolfe, and it's entitled "Travels and Adventures of the Reverend Joseph Wolfe." This is page 462, and it says, "Now Wolfe must give some account of the white and black Jews." Ooh, I don't know what that was. The white and black Jews. The white Jews came there from the Holy Land after the destruction of the temple by Titus. The black Jews are proselytes from the Hindus and Arabians, and for this reason, the white Jews never intermarry with them. The black Jews have neither priests nor Levites, but there are among the black Jews many who were there from the time of Haman, according to Esther 8:17. For many of the people of the land became Jews, for the fear of the Jews fell upon them. So the assertion of this guy, keeping in mind, this is what he says. I'm not agreeing with him. I'm simply saying this is what he posits. All right, lest anybody is going to accuse me of agreeing with this guy. Because this guy claimed that he never saw any sources that said that they were converts, and there's many sources. Their complexion is like the Hindus of Cochin, and even to this present time, Hindus of Cochin become converts to Judaism. They consider themselves as slaves to the white Jews, paying them a yearly tribute, and they are bound to pay them a small sum for the privilege of having children circumcised, for being allowed in prayer time to wear the phylacteries called tefillin. They do not sit down in the presence of the white Jews, nor eat with them. They are, however, richer than their masters, for they are more industrious than the latter, who are too proud to work and live chiefly upon the jewels and valuables that they have inherited from their ancestors. They are, however, highly immoral, and fathers frequently desert their reputed children, knowing that they are not really their own. They are most beautiful in countenance. They behave towards the black Jews with the arrogance of masters. They have rendered at different times great service to the Dutch, and were employed by them and were employed by them. Employed by them as ambassadors. They are, however, very much prejudiced against the gospel of Christ. They are, however, very much prejudiced against the gospel of Christ and anxiously expect the coming of the Messiah in glory. So that's that, to show that there were other people who were coming to these sort of conclusions. All right. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to show some Jews, Sephardic Jews, one who lived in London, another who lived in, and yes, I'm using Wikipedia, not because I think this is legit. I'm using it because if Tazarah is going to try to make an appeal, heck, I'm going to, use this to my advantage just to show that, hey, if you think this is good enough for you, it's good enough for me. So here we go. David Nieto was the Haham of the Spanish and Portuguese Jewish community in London, later succeeded in this capacity by his son Isaac Nieto. Take a look at this guy. Does that look like what that look like Memnon? No. Memnon was in the Amsterdam community. Memnon. Memnon. Yeah. So this was in London. The same place where the Jews scored 100% in nigricence, according to Badeau, right? Was it Badeau who said that? 93? 93?
Yeah, he did. He said he's seen it in London too. He said he's seen Memnon in London
that's
too.
London. Yeah.
Yeah. He said it in London too. He said in London, I see the same thing. People who sat for the sculpture in London. Then he went to Amsterdam and really got convinced.
Now what does it say? Sephardi rabbi, Spanish and Portuguese rabbi, Italian Sephardi rabbi, English Sephardi Jews. So there you go. Jacob ben Aaron Sasportas. This guy lived in Oran. Now you tell me that
he's
that's a black
Swarthy.
man?
Yeah, I got an uncle that kind of look like that. Uncle Chester. Let me stop.
Hey, you funny. Yeah, so there you go. I just wanted to show that. All right, let me go ahead and stop sharing, and I'm gonna go ahead and allow the words of Shorsh to haunt our friend Tazarah, since he likes his book so much, All right, here we go. And with this, we'll wrap it up. So let me go ahead and yeah. All right, here we go.
Question again from London, England. I think you answered this last week. Some claim African Americans descend from the Portuguese Jews. Can you, he worded it wrong, but are African Americans descendants of Portuguese Jews?
All African Americans?
Yes.
No. I mean, how could they be? You have slaves brought from many points in Africa, West Africa, all along the western coast of Africa. I mean, later on, obviously, from the eastern coast, even from Madagascar. I mean, but they're not all Jews. They're Africans. They're, again, they come from multiple backgrounds. So no, I mean, and as we talked about last week, I mean, I can't think of, other than one or two or maybe a handful of exceptions, I can't think of any slaves brought across the Atlantic who claim Jewishness until Equiano, that's the 18th century. So again, I talked about Esperanza Rodriguez last week, so that's one exception I know about. She'd been a slave in Seville, in Spain, Sevilla. But yeah, I would say, so therefore like 99.9% of the slaves have nothing to do with Judaism. You start to have slaves converted to Judaism in the Americas, in Suriname, in Jamaica, in Dutch Brazil. And by the way, I should say, going back to the question of one of the brothers from, I I forget from London or whether it was Brother Reggie, but when it comes to circumcision in Dutch Brazil, we know that there was an ordinance passed in the Jewish community in 1640s. Right, the Dutch controlled 4 provinces of Brazil from about 1621, but definitely from 1630 to 1654. So a very short time, not even a half century. And when the Dutch controlled those areas, the Dutch were very friendly with the Jews. They cooperated a lot with the Jews. They were very happy to have Jews come to Holland and come to the Dutch colonies. And the Jews lived openly in Dutch Brazil, which of course they could not in Portuguese Brazil because of the Inquisition and because the Catholics hated the Jews. And so there's a community ordinance from the Jewish community of Recife in Brazil. And it says that Jewish owners should not circumcise their slaves until they are freed, until they're manumitted. Why? Because once the slave is circumcised, according to Jewish law, they are then really partially Jewish. If you've done the ritual immersion and then you freed them, then they're fully Jewish. So once you circumcise a slave, they are really part of your community. You're not supposed to sell them. You can't treat them like a slave. Ironically, right? Again, the paradoxes of all of this material and these laws, right? And these attitudes. Once you circumcise a slave, they are part of your community and household. You can't treat them like they're not human by selling them off, right? And so this piece of legislation from 1640s Brazil tells us, again, many things. One, it tells us that Jewish owners were circumcising their slaves, at least some of them. Which, and do we consider that positive or negative? Is that a problem or is it good? Who knows? It depends on who you ask and what your perspective is, right? So they're circumcising some of their male slaves, or some of them are circumcising some of their male slaves. But then it obviously is clear that some of them are still selling their slaves. So that's bizarre, right? Like, on the one hand, they're bringing them into the Jewish community, or they're following Jewish law to some degree, but then they're selling them as if circumcision in Jewish law doesn't really make these slaves one of us, right? So that to me is very troubling, right? And I would assume that one of the reasons the law was passed in Brazil, in Recife, was to say, look, if you free your slave, then you can make that slave fully Jewish. And then that's the time to circumcise the slave. And by the way, I want to make it clear that once the slave is free, and even while the slave is still a slave, circumcision is never enforced. The circumcision and the conversion to Judaism was always supposed to be voluntary. The slave had to want to become a Jew. The slave had to agree to it. And if the slave didn't, then you sold the slave. Again, by 12 months, according to Rabbi Akiva, according to Talmudic law. So the slave was given the choice, and you could not force the slave to be Jewish, to become Jewish. So this law from 1640s Brazil says, look, you can't mistreat your slave once you bring them partially or fully into the Jewish community. And so here too, we're faced with the complexity of how to interpret these kinds of laws. Is this law protecting slaves? Is it actually treating them humanely by saying that they can only be converted after they're freed when it's voluntary? And is it protecting them from being sold even though they've been partially brought into the Jewish community? So you could read it that way. And you could also read it the opposite way. You could read it as saying, look, we just don't want to make slaves Jewish. So just don't circumcise them, because we know, the people writing the law, we know that most of the people actually don't free their slaves, right? Overwhelmingly, owners did not free their slaves, right? We know that of Christian owners, Protestant owners, Catholic owners, Jewish owners. The overwhelming number of slaves were not freed, and those who were freed as a kind of, gift of beneficence, right? So maybe they passed the law knowing that most of the freed slaves, that few slaves would be freed, and that even among the freed slaves, most of them wouldn't convert to Judaism. So it could be seen as a law that keeps Africans out of the Jewish community. So once more, it's one thing to have the evidence, and then it's another thing to know what to make of it. So, yeah.
And I think that's enough, man. I mean, I could bring out more sources.
I
Trust me.
don't care what Jonathan Schwartz has to say. Read his book, page 184. Believe it agrees with me.
You know, and what's sad is that it was the actual Jews themselves, you know, the same Jews that he rejects, who edited those portions because they were being called black. They were being othered by Europeans, and that was kind of their way. And then, ironically enough, when they got into any sort of little position where they had even a little bit of power, what did they end up doing? Started getting involved in the slave trade.
Yeah, they disassociated themselves, just like the Italians did to black people. And they didn't want to convert them further because they was already being speculated as being black or called that. So if they converted the people, then they would have a right to take their daughters and intermarry, and that would make that stereotype about them being black true. Because look, they're marrying the black people, that's their slaves. And so that shows the xenophobia of those particular Jews too towards blacks.
Right. Well, 93, I appreciate you, man. I really want to thank you for taking the time and the effort for that presentation. Let me excellent job, man.
I got you too, pal. I got you too. And, you know, I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity. But the only other move other than this is asking for a discussion or a debate. If not, then I can retire. I can just retire and go back to doing what I'm doing. I don't have any malice or hatred to Dante Fortson or towards Tazarah. You all are my brothers, whether we like each other or not. We're African Americans, and we need to figure out ways to deal with each other because we all are affected by the same things in this country. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I just disagree as far as information that African Americans, by and large, are Hebrew Israelites. Dante, you yourself, you have a marker that connects you with people of that faith, and it is not the majority of African Americans that share that lineage you have. So you're very unique, and I think you should look into that further, brother Tazarah. Just do further research, do better research. I will too. I'm not saying I'm better than you or superior. I'm not saying I'm the one to fact check you all the time. I'm just trying to sharpen you, and I hope you can sharpen me, and then both of us can have better information. We don't need to be talking the way we be talking in the chat, because you probably similar to me. We probably got a lot in common and don't know each other. I have nothing personal against you. If you feel like I disrespected you throughout our correspondence or even this video, I apologize. It's all just me laughing and making fun, bro. And I won't take any of the things you said against me personal. Peace and love to you, brothers, for even dialoguing with us. Hopefully we can build a bridge in the future. And thank you to Faithful. Thank you to Dante, Tazarah, and Bareen, and everybody else who was involved in this. Thank y'all. And thank you for the audience, Reggie,
I appreciate
everybody. So peace to y'all.
Yep, I appreciate you,
and
man.
Definitely gonna
talk to you in a little bit, man. Let me go ahead and just wrap by saying the debate offer stands for Dante or Tazarah. If you truly believe that you stand on the foundation of truth, then I suggest that you go and debate us. I think this needs to be debated. I think that you guys are wrong. I think that your methodologies are not good, and I'm not saying that to just disrespect you guys. I just don't think it's good, and I think that there are people who are being misled with disinformation when you guys do what you do. And if you claim to be harbingers of truth, more specifically Dante, because Tazarah believes in the One West doctrine, he's got wacky things. I would hope and pray that I mean, both of you men would have the scales removed off your eyes. But if it takes a debate, then I'm down to do it, and we can have a cordial debate where we can present our facts. And I truly am confident that once you guys see, you may begin to understand why a lot of us look at the way that you guys present information and have issues with it. Not because we think that the information in and of itself is wrong. Your interpretation of the information is demonstrably wrong, and I think that needs to be, corrected. So let's do that debate. Let's get together. With that being said, if these guys decide to do a response, I imagine they're not going to address any more of our points. They're just going to keep trying to toss out more and more claims that we've already addressed. So please, if you want to discuss this, let's discuss this. We can set something up. It is what it is. But with that being said, I thank the audience for listening on in. I appreciate Garfield for live streaming on his channel. With that being said, God bless you all. I hope this has edified someone out there. And until next time, take care. God bless.